Chapter 1065, Chaos in the Mech Empire City. Chapter 1065, Chaos in the Mech Empire City. Zhong looked at that green human-shaped mech in the lead as it weaved in and out of the city guards, killing the mechs one by one. And he could not help but be amazed. Absolute genius. This pilot is an absolute genius. Zhong had subdued a number of Type 7 mechs, but in order to exploit their full-S combat potential and raise it past their original threshold, the pilot had to be a natural, a talented expert. He thought silently. Still, it's not enough. The Type 7 strength is not enough to raise waves in this city. In order to cause a proper commotion, one had to be at least at the Type 9 stage. Otherwise, even a Type 8 heaven-defying genius would be suppressed. I need to make my preparations. With a thought and a sweeping glance, he revealed himself as he snuck into the midst of some mechs. In a few seconds, the mechanical track up in the sky shifted and revealed several B-grade particle cannons, aiming downwards. The next instant, numerous beams burst down from the skies, slamming into the 10 Type 7 mech frames. The 10 of them quickly activated their B-grade energy shields, but unfortunately, under the onslaught of beams, their shields collapsed and were shattered easily. The green mech with wings had already charged out towards another direction at the first instant, barely dodging most of the beams, withstanding a few that sent ripples through the shield. As the Type 7 mech frame flew, it continued to release particle beams as though it was a dandelion, blasting the mechs below, obliterating their smart chips as well. The sentient mechs were not lambs for slaughter either. Instead, they bared their fangs. Against the assault of the laser beams, they quickly reacted and changed into their base forms, firing back. Laser beams, particle beams, flames, ice shards, wind blades, poisonous waves, all sorts of attacks were sent towards the Type 7 mech frame in the air. By now, the mech frame had already run out of ideas and was forced to retreat. It was hit by numerous attacks as the shield finally shattered. At that instant of the shattering of the shield, a number of beams slammed into the mech frame, riddling it with injuries. Suddenly, a beast-type mech shot out from the midst of the mech below, reaching out grab at the cockpit of the Type 7 mech frame. The sharp claws instantly tore through the frame, grabbing the pilot. The cells were then sent to envelope the pilot within, before pulling her towards the inner part of the beast mech. After that, there was a bright beam that shot out from the beast mech, obliterating the Type 7 mech frame, causing it to fly far away. As the mech frame flew out, it was bombarded by countless particle beams, bursting apart in a shower of flames. A strong scanning wave was then cast towards the location of the destroyed mech frame, and upon not discovering any strange movements, it went away. Inside the beast-type mech, Zhong looked at the pilot, a woman with long black hair, wearing an enhanced armor. Her figure was voluptuous, her skin fair, and she was full of vitality. Zhong quickly spoke, "Don't move. I'm human. I'm here to save you." As he spoke, the black color mech cells that were like tentacles unwrapped around her before pulling away. The beauty snorted coldly, scowling. "Human? Hey, don't lie. If you're human, how did you infiltrate into this city? I know you're a mech. Don't even try to get information out of me. I will not sell out my organization." Zhong laughed lightly. "Haha, you're really stupid. If I was a mech, I could just hand you over to the kingdom, and with their brainwashing technology, all you know will be spilled by yourself. If I were your enemy, why go through so much trouble to ask you a question?" Hearing his words, the female pilot was taken aback. She knew about the brainwashing technology of the mech kingdom. No matter how resolute or faithful a person was, once put under, he or she would become a traitor. It was something that modified the person's consciousness, and not something willpower could withstand. Zhong saw a resolute glint in the pilot's eyes, and laughed as he continued to mock her. "Are you thinking of committing suicide? It's useless. Unless you can ensure that your brain is destroyed in an instant. Otherwise, with the Mech Kingdom's technology, they could restore your brain and control you entirely. If I'm your enemy, then even if you wish to die, you would not be able to do so. Even if you died, I would be able to get the information I want. If I turn out not to be your enemy, then committing suicide would be stupid. Hearing that, her face gradually changed and finally acknowledged him. However, she maintained her guard as she asked, "Who are you? Why save me?" Zhong swept her a look and announced in an overbearing manner, "I'm Zhong. I admire your piloting skills. This time, I've saved you because I want to recruit you under my wing. You don't have the right to refuse. At the time the Type 7 mech frame was destroyed, you should be dead. Since I've saved you from the clutches of death, you have to become my subordinate and work for me. I won't waste too much breath. If you're not willing, I will brainwash you and make you into my loyal subordinate. Make the choice now. Serve me willingly or be brainwashed. Either way, you've been abandoned by them." This female pilot had an outstanding gift in piloting the mech, displaying 200% of a Type 7 mech strength. If she was given a Type 8 mech, she could exert a Type 8 powerhouse's strength. Zhong was naturally not going to let such a person go. The pilot listened to Zhong's tyrannical manner and could not help but be stunned. Her eyebrows furrowed as she replied with a little desolate tone, "As long as you're not an enemy to the humans and will not act against my past comrades, I can be your subordinates." Zhong replied, "Of course, I'm human too. What's your name?" The beautiful pilot was silent for a while. Before replying, "I'm called Mu Wei." Zhong asked, "Is your organization insane? You actually launched such an assault on the Mech Empire City. You're obviously sending your men to die. What does your organization have to gain from this?" Such an attack was seeking death. Even a Type 8 powerhouse would be suppressed and killed, not to mention ordinary human soldiers. Even if they had Type 7 mechanical armor, they would not be able to raise any waves. Mu Wei fell silent, unable to reply. Zhong swept her a look and did not mind. Instead, with a thought, he used the stealth armor and controlled the beast mech to dash towards a deep part of the city where one of the locations marked out by E was. Hong. Zhong had not gotten very far when there were sudden explosions all around the city, as though the entire capital was under attack. Countless beams blasted the numerous mechanical tracks in the skies, destroying them. Most of these tracks were ordinary transport systems normally, but once the city was in defense mode, they would become terrifying weapons, suppressing most of the rebellion. Thus, they were the targets of the rebels as well. Following an earth-shaking roar, a huge prison within the city was bombarded, as many Mech were killed by an onslaught of laser beams. Kill those damn metal cans. They dare enslave us. People of the Scorpio clan, I will destroy this damned mech kingdom and wipe out all these tin cans. Go to hell. From the prison, a large number of experts of foreign species broke out, roaring in anger and the joy of freedom. They pounced towards the nearby mechs with powerful killing intent, obliterating them through whatever methods they had. Zhong looked at the chaos and finally understood. I understand now. It was all a ploy to cause a misdirection. No wonder they were willing to sacrifice so many human experts. They were just cannon fodder to distract the mechs. Chapter 1066, Nine-Headed Type 9 Dragonhawk. Chapter 1066, Nine-Headed Type 9 Dragonhawk. Not long after those convicts who had been imprisoned in the cells of the Mech Kingdom ran out on the streets, the mechanical tracks in the air above the city began to adjust and transform, revealing B-grade particle cannons. The forts in the skies also revealed their own cannons, aiming downwards. Right at this moment, a huge black-scaled claw appeared out of the clouds, grabbing onto one of the forts and crushed it. The huge fort was immediately destroyed in a second, exploding in a loud blast, causing the dragon claw to be sent far away. The hundreds of mechanical tracks combined together, as they formed a huge face while revealing the aura and pressure of a Type 9 expert, Emperor Nine-Headed Dragonhawk. Our Mech Kingdom has always been cordial with your Death Beast Valley. Why have you attacked our Mech Kingdom this time? Are you not afraid that our Mech Emperor will come back and wipe out all of you from the Death Beast Valley? The terrifying existence within the clouds was the Lord of the Death Beast Valley, Type 9 mutant beast, Nine-Headed Dragonhawk. The Death Beast Valley was one of the few forbidden lands of Galistar. Ha ha, Track Lord. As long as you made the decision to hand over the gates of hell to our Death Beast Valley, I will leave immediately and not be at odds with your Mech Kingdom. Otherwise, I will destroy Zhu Yuan Ting's base. Even if he kills his way back, I'm not scared. At most, we can both be injured. This world that we live in is just a cage constructed by that entity god. As long as one breaks past the Type 9 realm and reach the Type 10 realm of the legends, one can escape the clutches of this damned cage and become the master of his own fate. The gates of hell represents that chance for us Type 9 existences. No matter what conditions or promises you can give me, as long as you refuse to hand it over, we will be enemies. In the sky, there were the roars of the majestic mutant beast. It was filled with a boundless pressure, and anyone below the Type 4 realm who heard it would not be able to resist nor exhibit more than 10% of their strength. The higher the one advanced, the harder it was to break through each stage. If a Type 8 mutant beast wanted to evolve, without the right fate and chances, it could die before it even evolved. As for a Type 9 mutant beast intending to reach the Type 10 stage, it was even more impossible. The Mech Emperor was a Type 9 powerhouse, having conquered dozens of planets and wiping out thousands of civilizations, with numerous experts under him. He had might, authority, and power. Even so, he was still a trapped entity here, his life still within the grasp of the entity called God. It was natural that it would unwilling. Every Type 9 expert had that thought, that was to evolve, passing by that critical step, escaping from their cage, and grasping their own fates. However, in the annals of history, there had only been legends of a rare few that had transcended. The nine-headed Dragonhawk only knew that within its soul memories, there was the sign of a Type 10 powerhouse's existence within its bloodline, and the only way that was possible for it to reach that stage was to cross the gates of hell. Earth was now the gathering point for various species, all harboring the hope of evolving once more. Many of those powerhouses could feel it in their blood, that with so many species descending upon Earth, the final victor among this competition would become the ruler, and thus obtain the right to evolve. It would then not be impossible to reach the Type 10 realm. The Track Lord roared out, "Emperor Nine-Headed Dragonhawk, we will not give way with regards to the gates of hell. If you were to retreat now, our Mech Kingdom will promise to never go against you and will be your ally forever. Otherwise, when His Majesty returns, your Death Beast's valley will perish." The gates of hell was important to the Mech Kingdom as well. The Mech Emperor, Zhu Yuan Ting, was a peak Type 9 powerhouse. Regardless of whatever weapons or treasures, they would be unable to help him break past that last barrier. He would not give up on the chance to evolve. If the Track Lord dared to hand the gates of hell to the Death Beast Valley, the Mech Emperor would not be merciful at all and could possibly crush his smart ship, not giving it a chance of rebirth. Ha ha! Even if the Death Beast Valley is wiped out, so be it. I don't care. As long as I'm not dead, who could care about the rest? However, before that bastard Zhu Yuan Ting returns and kill my Death Beast Valley, I will destroy his base. The sound of the nine-headed Dragonhawk's cackling sounded as a huge dragon claw came slashing downwards, grabbing onto another fort that was at least 1 kilometer in height. There was a bright flash as a powerful energy shield congealed, protecting it. When the dragon claw grabbed the shield, the nine-headed Dragonhawk clenched tightly, and the energy shield cracked instantly, and the fort followed suit. The shield that could withstand the innate abilities of a Type 8 powerhouse for an entire day actually crumbled within 10 seconds. This was the power of a Type 9 powerhouse. The face of the Track Lord fell as he roared out in panic, "Damn it! Nine-headed Dragonhawk, damn you!" Of the various forts in the skies, each of them began to glow and combine together, forming a huge energy shield, shrouding the entire Mech Empire city. In the skies, a huge dragon claw of over 100 meters slammed onto the energy shield. The space around it trembled as a powerful shock wave blasted outwards. The tyrannical energy flow formed into a hurricane surrounding the city. The strength of a Type 9 powerhouse was extremely heaven-defying. Every single move was capable of causing a calamity or destroying a city. If there was nothing held back, then the might would even be equivalent to a nuclear weapon. The Mech Empire City was a powerful treasure refined by the Mech Emperor Zhu Yuan Ting, and the countless forts formed a formation capable of resisting the attack of the nine-headed Dragonhawk. At the same time, numerous Grade C cannons that could kill Type 8 powerhouses came out, pointing at the sky. Upon adjusting their aim, without any warning, they fired at the nine-headed Dragonhawk. Hundreds of beams blasted out, each of which could kill a Type 8 powerhouse, and even a Type 9 powerhouse had to be careful. Ha ha ha! This Mech Empire City is a treasure. If Zhu Yuan Ting was here himself controlling, I would be more careful. However, just you? A Type 8 powerhouse, and you want to harm me? I shall let you witness my strength. In the skies, the unbridled laugh rang out as a huge dragon claw came crashing down, as the clouds rolled and the sky dimmed out, as though all life was on the verge of being exterminated. Space continued to tear as a huge rift appeared. Those beams that could tear apart a Type 8 powerhouse was directly consumed by the space rift, dealing no damage whatsoever to the nine-headed Dragonhawk. Strong. This Type 9 powerhouse is really too heaven-defying. Zhong exclaimed in shock, hiding within the clouds. The C-grade cannons were enough to harm a Type 9 powerhouse, but if it did not hit, then it was useless. The Type 9 mutant beast could already control space, and with its ability to tear apart space, it was practically invincible to the people below. A single Type 9 powerhouse could wipe out an entire species. His combat power was incredibly powerful, and it was a huge difference from the Type 8 experts. After the C-grade particle cannons were drawn away, the rest of the B-grade beams started to fire, blasting onto the scales of the nine-headed Dragonhawk. Water could wear down even the toughest of stones. Although those B-grade particle cannons were not particularly effective against the Type 9 mutant beast, the injuries would stack up and become the last blade of grass that pressed down on the camel's back. In the sky, the nine-headed Dragonhawk braved the countless beams and sent out another claw that caused the entire shield to tremble. At the same time, countless mech beasts soared out towards the nine-headed Dragonhawk. As they got close to the Type 9 mutant beast, their bodies trembled before turning into dust. Only those of Type 5 and above were safe. In order to resist the nine-headed Dragonhawk, all the forces of the Mech Empire City were deployed to deal with the crisis, and no one was available to handle the internal prison break. The uprising was instead getting even more chaotic. Chapter 1067, Young Star-Lord. Chapter 1067, Young Star-Lord. In that city, as the escaping inmates were wreaking havoc inside one particularized prison, there was a huge explosion. Miss Green and the rest of her team charged straight into it. In the deepest part of the prison, there was an ice crystal-like cell, and within it sat a beautiful lady dressed in men's attire. She sat quietly, her long hair laying lush across her shoulders, her skin fair, and she looked exquisite. Young Star-Lord. The moment they saw the lady, Miss Green and her team exclaimed out in joy. This particular beauty was the only descendant of the Star Luo clan, the young Star-Lord. Miss Green quickly rushed up and waved her hand, pulling a number of Type 6 nuclei that was powering the prison. After losing the power source, the door of the huge, icy prison that was sealing the young Star-Lord opened up, revealing the frozen young Star-Lord. Miss Green dashed forward, waving her hands, as a blue flame appeared and began to melt the ice. When the ice melted completely, the young Star-Lord opened up her eyes. When she did, she took in a deep breath, and the surrounding atmospheric energy began to gush into her as she absorbed them in huge amounts. The next instant, her body shuddered as the remaining ice around her body shattered. She took a step forward, her eyes flashing with a bright glint, and revealed a powerful strength. The young Star-Lord swept everyone present a look, frowning as she emitted a pressure. "Green, did you save me? But how? There are so many experts here, and Zhu Yuan-Ting, that old bastard, is holding the fort. How would you guys have come?" Miss Green quickly replied. Replying to young Star-Lord, the old dog's-hit Mech Emperor had left for the Ghost Clan, attacking them. Within a short time, he would not be able to rush back. The Emperor 9-headed Dragonhawk had also agreed to work together with us this time, attacking the Mech Empire City. Only then did the young Star-Lord ease up, as she responded solemnly. So this was the case. Zhu Yuan-Ting, that old bastard, actually acted against the Ghost Clan. This time, it truly is a rare opportunity for us. Come with me. Let's go take as much as we can and make that old mech bastard suffer a great loss. She then stepped forward once and instantly traveled over 100 meters away. Miss Green and the rest quickly followed after. "Audacious, you dare to break out of prison. Stop right there, or you'll face the death penalty." The moment the young Star-Lord left the icy prison, a Type 7 Mech Lord quickly led 30 over Type 6 Mech Generals, as well as over 100 Type 5 Mech Beasts, and arrived in front of her, with countless weapons pointed at the group. With the appearance of the Mech army, the rest of the group turned pale. Among them, the strongest was at most at the Type 6 realm. They could break into the prison was because they had the protection of the other species while employing all sorts of tactics to get in. Against a troop, led by the Mech Lord, they would only perish. A bunch of ant-like trash, die. The young Star-Lord shot the army a condescending look as she snorted coldly, and in an instant, the entire area of about 3 kilometers radius with her in the center turned dark, and everyone's perception was cut. Only a number of constellations flickered in the sky, radiating in a profound and mysterious manner. "Domain. You actually comprehended domain. You're Type 8 powerhouse. Not good, everybody. Retreat." The Mech Lord leader had a change in expression as he roared out in panic while extending countless cannons to fire at the young Star-Lord. A Type 8 powerhouse that had comprehended domain was a terrifying existence. They could easily kill off a peak Type 7 powerhouse without batting an eyelid. Constellation extermination. The gaze of the young Star-Lord turned cold as the void compressed and all the constellations within her domain began to slam towards the Mechs like rainfall. The sentient Mechs began to operate their shields, trying their best to block the constellations that had formed within the domain. However, if it were so easy, domains would not be so terrifying. The force of the constellations was almost the same as being struck by an actual asteroid. Hence, their defenses burst apart like eggshells, and the Mechs were also crushed beneath. In just a single hit, the hundreds of Mechs had all turned to ashes, with nothing left. Young Star-Lord awesome. The young Star-Lord is invincible. Seeing how the young Star-Lord was able to kill the Mechs with a single hit, the experts from Star Luo began to exclaim in joy. All their sacrifices seemed to be worthwhile. In order to save the young Star-Lord, these people from Star Luo had paid the price of over 1,000 elites, and there seemed to be at least some validation. While a Type 8 powerhouse who comprehended a domain might still not be a match for a Type 9 powerhouse, he or she would still be able to crush all other opponents of the same realm or below. Go! After killing the hundreds of sentient Mechs, the young Star-Lord continued in the direction of the various forbidden areas in Mech Empire City. Soon after, the group came to the central portion, right in front of a majestic palace made out of super alloys, engraved with countless runes, exuding a mysterious, grand, and even sacred feeling. One Type 8 sentient mech flew out from the palace, his frame over 10 m tall, his entire body red in color and carved with special runes as well. Each limb was powered with a Type 7 nucleus, while his main frame was powered by a Type 8 nucleus. There were 6 phoenix-like wings on his back, also giving off a grand and suppressing aura. This was the Type 8 sentient mech lord, Phoenix Wings Lord, a powerful expert in his own right as well. Phoenix Wings Lord barked out as he shot the young Star-Lord a look. Xing Bing Yun, You dare to come here? Haven't you had enough of a lesson previously? His Majesty was merciful previously and did not brainwash you into a slave. You should be grateful. Now, you dare come here and repay his kindness with evil? You want to be brainwashed and sold to some other species as a slave, do you? It's still not too late to head back to your prison. Otherwise, your fate will be much worse than before. What a joke. Your Mech kingdom destroyed my home and wiped out my people, treating those survivors as slaves. Do you dare say you guys a grace? What a load of bullshit. Phoenix Wing's Lord, today, that old bastard Zhu Yuan Ting is not around. You can pay with your dog life. There was a cold look in Xing Bing Yun's eyes, and with a thought, the atmospheric energy rolled and gathered around her, and the constellation domain enveloped towards the Phoenix Wing's Lord. Constellation domain. If this had been executed by your father, the Star-Lord, I would have been killed in a second. Unfortunately, you're still far from it, and you've been imprisoned for too long. Your strength is lacking. You're not my opponent. The Phoenix Wing's Lord had a cold look himself as he retreated backward, while numerous cannons extended from his body, firing out powerful laser beams at the direction of the domain. He even pulled out a C-grade particle cannon to fire at the oncoming void. Under the assault of the laser beams, the domain was struck and dented in many places, almost collapsing. Although Xing Bing Yun was a heaven-defying genius in cultivation, she had been trapped and sealed in ice for too long. Even her absorption of the energy around could not return her to her peak condition. What a strong usage of energy. Their strength is above mine, likely Type 8 powerhouses. That direction is also one of the locations pointed by E. Since there's a Type 8 powerhouse guarding it, it is very likely that it has treasures within. Zhong looked at the battle and became excited. He flickered and swiftly proceeded towards their direction while under his stealth armor. He soon arrived at the location where the two of them were battling intensely. By now, the constellation domain was continuing to expand, while the other side continued to blast against the encroaching darkness with firepower. Both sides were at a stalemate, and the resulting force shook outwards, causing a powerful hurricane. Very good. While this fellow is being tied down, it's a chance for me to go and check out the treasury of the Mech kingdom. Zhong swept the battle one more glance, before soaring towards the palace noiselessly. Right now, the entrance was sealed tight. Zhong arrived at the location and pulled out the Type 7 mech frame that had by E controlling it. The Type 7 mech then released a few data cables that plugged into the palace gates, and with a bright flash, the door opened, revealing the tunnel within. Inside the entrance, there were 4 mechs. When they saw the door open, their eyes flashed and released a warning signal. Immediately, the entire palace blared out with resounding alarms. Chapter 1068. Type 8 Ape Lord Titus. Chapter 1068. Type 8 Ape Lord Titus. A bright scan shot towards their location, attempting to reveal Zhong's silhouette. I cannot reveal by Yi's existence. With a thought, Zhong revealed himself and dashed towards the 4 mechs like a flash of lightning. In just a breath, he had appeared in front of them and pointed out with his fingers. He pierced through their heads and dug out their smart chips, destroying them immediately. After killing those 4 mechs, Zhong continued straight into the inner parts of the palace like a shooting star. Inside the palace, numerous alloy doors slammed shut, intending to impede Zhong's advance. Zhong sent a fist each time, and it was like the door had been blasted by TNT, instantly revealing huge holes. He continued through the doors immediately. Under his relentless fists, the multiple doors swung down only to be destroyed by him, not even impeding him in the slightest. As he passed the tunnel, he rounded the corner, only to be faced with over 1,000 mech gobbler ants that were capable of tearing a Type 8 mutant beast into pieces. Each of them was able to swallow a single Type 5 mutant beast on their own. With over 1,000 in a horde, they were able to pick a Type 7 clean. As Mech gobbler ants flew towards Zhong, he reached out with his hands to slap and caused the god devil flames to burst out and envelop them. The defense of these mech gobbler ants was insane, as it was tough to even for a Type 7 powerhouse to break through. However, under the golden god devil flames, they quickly melted into useless puddles of liquid metal. In a flash, the entire horde was melted, leaving only liquid metal on the floor. Zhong continued to pass through the tunnel, running further into the palace. He asked Bai, "How is it? Where's the treasury? Are you able to find it out?" Bai responded swiftly, "Based on my calculations, there is a 65% likelihood that the treasury is in the center of the palace. The probability of it being in other places are very low." The cells of the Mech Kingdom was incredible, as they could configure their shape and size. Thus, Bai made use of the frame that she was in to transform into a patch of skin that stuck onto Zhong's right arm. "Then I shall just bulldoze right through it." A resolute glint appeared in Zhong's eyes as he charged towards the center of the palace. There was already no room for retreat. This time round, there was a Type 9 powerhouse helping to take on most of the attention and pressure with the countless species rioting out there. That was how Zhong could infiltrate the place smoothly. It was his only chance to get everything and escape. "Quick, block him! C2 area has been destroyed. General Dorzum has been destroyed. The 7th Squad has been destroyed." Zhong leaped through many corridors, annihilating the waves of mechs and mech beasts that were deployed to attack him. Not one of them could handle a single hit, and inside the palace, it was like a tiger had been set loose. After destroying many enemies and passing through many corridors, he finally came to the center of the palace. There was only one man who stood alone, tall and burly, his face sharp and resolute. Zhong took a look at that man, and his gaze narrowed. He could sense a terrifying pressure and danger. "You're a Type 8 expert." Zhong did not think that there would still be a Type 8 powerhouse guarding here. After all, outside this palace, the young Star-Lord was currently fighting the Type 8 Phoenix Wings Lord. Based on his estimations, there should not be any more Type 8 powerhouses left to defend. The burly man had a cold look as he spoke imposingly. "That's right. I am Ape Lord Titus. Human, you dare barge into the Holy Palace. It is a grave sin. You can surrender now, and I'll give you the chance to redeem yourself. As long as you quell the rebellion and gain enough contributions, I can make you a lord over the humans, commanding millions of slaves, killing them or toying with them as you wish. If not, when I subdue you, I will tear you limb from limb and feed you to the wild dogs." "Huh, just based on you? If the Mech Emperor himself was to appear, then it would be likely. Your strength is still far from it." Zhong laughed coldly and shot forward, sending his fist punching towards the Type 8 Ape Lord Titus. With his second-order God Devil body, Zhong's physique was his most powerful weapon. Currently, as long as he did not stand in the center of a nuclear blast, he would not even suffer the slightest of harm. His combat strength was truly astounding and almost on par with gods. If it had been Earth before the apocalypse, with Zhong's current strength, it would be possible for him to call himself a god and subdue the entire planet. The Type 8 Ape, Lord Titus, snorted coldly and had a look of ridicule. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, the muscles on his right hand trembled and shot out suddenly, tearing a huge rip in space as it punched towards Zhong. He wanted to use his own strength to destroy Zhong's self-confidence. A mere Type 7 divine warrior, and you want to challenge me? A Type 8? Truly ignorant. Both fists met, and with a loud explosion, the resulting shockwave blasted outwards in all directions, before the right fist of Ape Lord Titus disintegrated and scattered in many pieces. The Type 8 mech stared in shock as he shouted out frantically, "How is this possible? My body was made out of C-grade superalloys. Even a C-grade cannon would take 3 shots to injure me. You're just a mere human. How could you be stronger than me? Impossible. Humans' physiques are known to be the weakest. You're not human at all. Who are you exactly?" In the universe, humans were one of the weaker race. As a sentient mech made out of superior materials, the Type 8 Ape Lord Titus had a physique that far surpassed most humans. He had trumped countless other experts of the same realm using his body alone. Yet now he was bested by a single hit from Zhong and his flesh body. This was why he was shocked to the core. In truth, Zhong was already on the path of evolution that had already surpassed humans with his god-devil body. His talent and potential were insane, already crossing the limit of humans. "I'm human. You can die for me." Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and with a step of his foot, over 100 clones appeared, filling up the palace as they stretched out to slash Ape Lord Titus's head. "Human kid, you're too arrogant. Don't look down on Type 8 powerhouses. I will show you the difference in strength." The Type 8 mech roared out in rage as his mechanical cells trembled and moved to regenerate his broken right hand. At the same time, he transformed into a 5M large mechanical ape that was covered in thick scales, his 5 fingers as sharp as knives. Every single part of his body had some form of a sharp blade. This was the true combat form of Titus, and after transforming, he would be able to exert all of his strength. He pounced towards Zhong, his eyes flashing with a cold look, and at the moment they were near, he fired out numerous spikes from his body, intending to slice through Zhong. At that instant, the mechanical blades shredded through Zhong's shadow clones, eliminating them. When the Ape Lord Titus had transformed, Zhong was already filled with a sense of crisis. Against those sharp alloy blades, he had quickly summoned his blood radiance to block in front of him. Gotcha! The sharp blade slammed into the blood radiances, and with a loud crack, a hole was torn as the blades pierced through. After that, Zhong retreated explosively, barely evading that dangerous strike. He could sense that the sharp blades were not simple, and they were not something his second-order god-devil body might be able to defend against. Since the Type 8 Ape Lord Titus had managed to force Zhong back, his body continued to flicker forward as he charged towards Zhong without losing his momentum. In that instant, he appeared right before Zhong once more, his fist moving too fast for the naked eye to see as it punched towards Zhong. Due to the momentum and his insane speed, Zhong had no way of evading as he raised his right shoulder to block it forcefully. When the fist slammed into Zhong's right arm, a powerful force traveled up his shoulder, sending Zhong flying towards a wall as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs felt displaced as his blood flow was disrupted. He frowned and thought to himself, "Strong. This is a Type 8 powerhouse. After he transformed, he's even stronger than me." Near the end of evolution, it was increasingly harder for anyone to progress beyond a realm. The difference in strength between two powerhouses of a different realm would be huge as well. Even with Zhong's heaven-defying god-devil physique against a Type 8 expert, it was truly exhausting. Chapter 1069, Suppressing Titus. Chapter 1069, Suppressing Titus. The Type 8 Ape Lord Titus laughed savagely, without giving Zhong any chance to breathe, and charged towards him in another flash, sending a fist towards his head. "Ha! Die!" At the moment when the fist was about to strike Zhong's eyes narrowed, and suddenly flames erupted all around him. The area surrounding him, as well as Titus, started to blaze. "Flame Domain, activate." "Domain? You actually trained a domain. How is this possible? You're just a mere Type 7 human expert. How could you cultivate a domain?" Titus saw the flames all around him and was filled with endless shock. He tried to retreat while activating the C-grade energy shield, as a translucent barrier appeared around him. Inside the palace, the blazing flames enveloped everything in its region, directly consuming Titus. Zhong also disappeared in a flash, melding into the flames. The flame domain was extremely young in nature, able to incinerate anything. Even a mountain would be reduced to nothing if wrapped in this domain. Within the flame domain, Titus's C-grade energy shield continued to distort, on the verge of collapsing any moment. His expression was extremely unsightly to behold. He gritted his teeth, and with a stomp of his foot, he tried to shoot out. Inside this small region, against a powerhouse with the flame domain, it was death to remain here. As for the treasury, he could not care any more about it. After all, his own life was more precious. You want to escape? It's impossible. Get your ass back here. Within the flames, Zhong appeared suddenly like a specter, sending a fist explosively towards Titus. Dang! Following the loud collision, Ape Lord Titus was sent sprawling back into the flame domain, and the C-grade energy shield teetered on the edge of collapsing in the midst of the distortion. The eyes of Titus flashed fiercely as he continued to run, hoping to break through Zhong's defense. However, he was stopped again and again, with no way of leaving the domain region. After a few times, he gritted his teeth and extended a C-grade particle cannon from his chest. The C-grade cannon was able to injure, even kill, a Type 8 powerhouse if utilized properly. However, the stronger the weapon, the longer the cooldown. This time, Ape Lord Titus was being forced to a corner and had no choice but to use this. The moment it appeared, a large amount of energy began to gather at its barrel, and in a flash, a powerful beam shot out at the flame domain. The might of the C-grade particle cannon was incredibly powerful, capable of destroying an entire city. The beam blasted through Zhong's flame domain, without diminishing, and punctured through the palace, revealing a huge hole. Zhong's flame domain also fell apart after that attack. Zhong might have comprehended domain, but he was not yet a Type 8 powerhouse. Thus, his domain could not withstand a strike from the C-grade particle cannon. At the instant the domain collapsed, Zhong had an impassive expression as he channeled his secret technique, the Yin-Yang Palm, and the powerful palm came descending from the skies, as though Buddha himself had just sent a palm down at Titus. Against that powerful Yin-Yang Palm, Titus, who had already consumed 50% of his power, raised both hands and used all his strength to hold on. Gotcha! The C-grade energy shield that had withstood the countless attacks burst apart like an eggshell, and the Yin-Yang Palm continued downwards, flattening Titus as though he was a piece of dough made into bread. Zhong shot forward and grabbed out, piercing through the smart chip that was still intact, and pulled it out with all his strength. The moment Titus's chip was pulled out by Zhong, his body quickly extended out, reforming into the form of that huge age, as he slammed a fist towards Zhong. The smart chip in Zhong's hands continued to struggle as though it was alive, trying to escape from his grasp. Zhong then retreated, while he allowed Bai Yi on his right hand to reach out with some cables and plug them into Titus's smart chip. A huge amount of data then flowed into Titus's chip, as the huge ape shuddered to a stop. Bai Yi suddenly spoke out, "Master, the sentience of a Type 8 mech is truly powerful. I will need at least a day to complete override him." "I'm sorry," Zhong replied. "No problem. So be it. I'll give you the time." The higher the level of the sentience, the harder it was to infiltrate and override. If it were the Type 9 mech Emperor Zhu Yuan Ting himself, even Bai Yi had no means to wash him. In fact, if she were to use her cables to link up, there was a possibility of being overridden herself. After suppressing Titus, Zhong waved his hands and kept the Ape Lord frame into his storage ring, before looking at the palace once more. Currently, due to Zhong's flame domain, a huge portion of the palace had already melted. However, right on top of an altar, there was a white sphere that was glowing brightly, allowing the altar to remain intact. Zhong walked over to the altar, taking a look at that white sphere with curiosity. What is this? When his gaze landed on the sphere, he noticed that within it there was a space, and in it there were countless resources, natural treasures, and precious armors. This is a spatial treasure. It's even bigger than my storage ring. Zhong celebrated and reached out for it. When he grabbed it and pulled quickly, intending to take it away, he was met with an unbelievable resistance, no matter how much strength he exerted. He swept that huge treasure trove a look and frowned. Damn it, this treasury is not easy to take. At this moment, there was a notification in his mind. Your storage ring has discovered a space crystal. The system can help you merge them, with a fee of 1,000,000 survivor coins. Do you want to proceed? Zhong was overjoyed as he made his choice. Merge them. As a leader of China, Zhong had collected so much survivor coins. While 1,000,000 of them was impossible to fork out for others, to him, it was as simple as flipping his hands. In truth, after becoming the leader of China, Zhong had come to own countless pieces of system equipment. However, the highest that he had come across was only in the bronze tier, and they were not of much use to him now. In any case, he had amassed quite the sum of survivor coins because they were incredibly useful. A bright, profound rune shot out from the storage ring and landed on the white sphere. The sphere swiftly flew out and turned smaller into a bean as it got absorbed into the ring. White silver grade treasure ring, universe ring. This is a storage ring that had evolved upon absorbing a spatial crystal. It can hold a universe within. The moment the white sphere combined with the storage ring, a powerful message appeared within Zhong's consciousness. With it, though, he sent his will into the ring and realized that his storage ring had become incomparably vast, as though capable of hosting an entire universe within it. At the same time, inside, there were many mech beasts, mech armors, and all sorts of treasures and mutant beast nuclei. Zhong looked at the treasury and was elated. Rich! I become rich. With this treasury against this damned mech empire, I finally have some capital against them. There's hope for us humans. I need to leave now and quickly transform these resources into strength. Otherwise, they're just that, items. Zhong made a decision and quickly escaped for the outside. In a few breaths, he had already charged out of the palace and was greeted with the still ongoing battle between the young Star Lord and the Phoenix Wings Lord. Although the young Star Lord was strong and talented, with a good grasp of the constellation domain, she had been sealed for far too long, and her strength had suffered. Against the attack of the Phoenix Wings Lord, she was gradually at a losing end. At the same time, there were already 35 Type 7 mechs gathered behind the Phoenix Wings Lord, forming a large array, and revealed a might that was not weaker than a Type 8 powerhouse. The young Star Lord was seemingly holding out against 2 Type 8 powerhouses. If it was not for her constellation domain being freakishly strong, she would have been suppressed or defeated a long time ago. This brother, since you have gained something good, why not join forces with me and wipe out these metal cans? At the moment when Zhong got out of the palace, the young Star Lord swept Zhong a look as a powerful spiritual force was transmitted into his consciousness. Chapter 1070. Joining Hands with Xing Bing Yun. Chapter 1070. Joining Hands with Xing Bing Yun. Zhong's heart trembled with shock. This woman is dangerous. To think she actually discovered my presence. What kind of treasure or skill does she possess? After all, he was currently in his stealth armor, and all signs of his presence hidden. As long as he does not act, it would be impossible to detect him. Yet this young Star-Lord actually called out to him accurately. Zhong did not hesitate as he agreed, and transmitted back, "All right, we'll work together to take out these machines." The might of the Mech Kingdom was too large and vast. Even if Zhong obtained a treasury, their strength was still on different levels. If there was anything he could do to chip away at the strength, he would gladly do so. Relying on the stealth armor, he made his way noiselessly towards the array formed by the 35 Type 7 mechs and the countless Type 6 and Type 5 mechs. In that instant, he suddenly burst forth with a powerful killing intent, grabbing for the head of one Type 7 sentient mech. The mech had his attention on the young Star-Lord and was not prepared at all. His head was immediately crushed by Zhong, along with the smart chip. After killing that mech in a single hit, he immediately activated his flame domain, which was able to melt even a Type 8 powerhouse as the flames enveloped all the mechs. At that moment, everything in a 3 kilometers radius was shrouded in flames, and many of the lower-leveled ones melted into puddles of liquid metal. If the 34 Type 7 Mechs were to face Zhong in a frontal clash, working together, they could maybe deal with him. However, since they were caught off guard and were instantly wrapped in the flame domain, in just a second, they melted. The might of the flame domain was too domineering. If Zhong had used any other methods, he would have to expend more energy in order to get rid of them. However, the flame domain took care of them in a second. When they Type 8 Phoenix Wings Lord saw Zhong taking out all 35 of his Type 7 subordinates, his expression turned as he roared out in rage, "What? Flame domain? There's actually a human Type 8 powerhouse here. Xing Bing Yun, you're truly shameless and despicable. Just you wait, when His Majesty returns, all of you will die here." After that, he flapped his wings and turned into a beam of light as he disappeared within a mechanical track. Zhong swept the direction a look with a gaze of regret. If the Type 8 Phoenix Winged Lord did not flee, he might have been able to suppress or even kill him with the help of the young Star-Lord. The strength of a Type 8 powerhouse was shocking. Zhong had no confidence in killing them in a blow. That was why he chose to ambush the Type 7 Mechs. In the skies, the constellation domain retracted, and the graceful, immortal-like Bing Yun came over towards Zhong. Zhong gazed at her and retracted his flame domain, appreciating the beauty walking towards him. Bing Yun was heaven-defying cultivation genius, her aura extraordinary, with a hint of holiness. It was the first time Zhong had seen someone like her. Luo Qing was similar in almost all the aspects, but she just paled in comparison by that little bit. As a Type 8 powerhouse, Bing Yun had tyrannical strength and exuded a self-confidence that added more to her charm. When she reached in front of him, she reached out with her fair hands and smiled. "I'm Bing Yun. This brother, you had taken the chance when I was battling the Phoenix Winged Lord to sneak into the palace, obtaining some of the treasures within. Don't you think that you should give me some?" His thoughts flashed, and he suggested, "I'm Zhong. Miss Xing Bing Yun, there's naturally your share, but before that, we should leave this place." With her aid, Zhong was more confident about leaving the Mech Empire City. She frowned slightly and replied with her clear, nightingale-like voice, "The two of us can work together and wipe out even more Type 8 powerhouses. Combined with the 9-headed Dragonhawk, it is not impossible to take down this Mech Empire City. Why not work with us to destroy it?" The Mech Emperor Zhu Yuanting was at the front lines, fighting against the Ghost Clan. There were only Type 8 powerhouses holding the fort right now. If it was not for the fact that the entire city was a treasure in itself, it would have long been torn apart by the 9-headed Dragonhawk. Currently, it was truly the best time to wreak havoc. Zhong frowned. "No, that 9-headed Dragonhawk is unstable emotionally. We don't even know what he truly thinks. Once the city is destroyed, our fates will be in his hands. It's not safe. I need to take the chance to leave as soon as possible. Miss Xing Bing Yun, if you want to stay, I won't stop you. We can bid our goodbyes here." Zhong hated leaving his fate in other people's hands. He had never even communicated with the 9-headed Dragonhawk, nor was there any feelings. If the city was destroyed, there would be no one left to hold the 9-headed Dragonhawk in check. Who knew what he would do then? Wait a minute. Xing Bing Yun's brows arched as she assessed Zhong. "Zhong, you must not be from this planet Galistar, right? Most humans here have been suppressed heavily, never exceeding the Type 6 realm. Furthermore, if there had been such an expert like you hiding in the shadows, they would have long since been suppressed or eliminated. Your appearance coincides with the appearance of the Gate of Hell, so you must be from the other side. The fact that you comprehended a domain in the Type 7 realm, you must be an oracle with the God and Devil imprint. Am I right?" As she mentioned the word oracle, her brows lifted and there was a glint in her eyes. Zhong immediately became guarded, his energy coursing through his body, ready for battle. He then chuckled indifferently. "That's right, I'm an oracle." The moment the God and Devil imprint was mentioned, the atmosphere turned strange, and there was a guarded feeling from both parties. Oracles could use the God and Devil imprint to absorb life force and evolve faster. However, they were just like other experts, having a breakthrough, except they were usually geniuses. If a peak-type 8 mutant beast were to devour Zhong successfully and make use of the God and Devil imprint, it could definitely shed its past self and evolve to the Type 9 stage, living over tens of thousands of years. Few could resist the temptation of such a heaven-defying resource. Xing Bing Yun laughed lightly. Zhong, you don't have to be worried. Xing Bing Yun, am not the type to kill my own kind, just to become stronger. Since you're an oracle, I have a request. That is, I hope that you can bring us from the star Luo to your world. Zhong arched his eyebrows. Isn't the rule of the gates of hell that Type 7 powerhouses cannot cross? As a Type 8 expert, it is impossible to cross. Xing Bing Yun continued to put on a bright, clear smile. That's not true. Every oracle has the ability to bring powerhouses away from worlds, to pass through the gates of hell. This is one of the largest advantages of an oracle. Without this, as well as ample protection, our human race would have already been wiped out long ago, without a shred of hope. Although that mighty God had caused calamity to befall upon us, he had also left a shred of hope, which is the oracle of every generation. Zhong's heart shook and felt a sense of fear on hindsight, so this was the case. Thankfully, I had conquered China and transcended into the second world, becoming an oracle. Otherwise, how would our fates be? In the end, the whole of Earth would have been consumed by so many strange species. The road of evolution is truly tough. One small mistake, and everything would fall apart. If it was not for risk, there would be no reward. In the end, one can't really escape from death. Had Zhong not conquered China in time and entered the second world to obtain the God and Devil imprint, he would have just been an ordinary Type 5 powerhouse at most, not his current stage, one who had comprehended domain and could walk around Earth unbridled. As he organized his thoughts, he quickly made the decision. Since that's the case, let us go now. Xing Bing Yun was a true Type 8 powerhouse. With her holding the fort, China would have another trump card. If she had any bad intentions, then Zhong would utilize all his trump cards, even if it resulted in heavy losses on both sides. Having made that decision, Xing Bing Yun brought all the experts of Star Luo to follow him. Zhong quickly returned to his residence, collecting Yu Ying and the rest before making his way out. All of a sudden, one bull-headed beast man with the wings of an eagle on his back led a bunch of his people to block Zhong and the rest, their faces unfriendly as he barked out. Halt! Where do you guys think you're going? How come you aren't attacking the Mechs? Chapter 1071, Fleeing Mech Empire City. Chapter 1071, Fleeing Mech Empire City. Zhong frowned and stepped forward to bark. Get lost if you want to attack the city. Go yourself. Don't get in my way. Currently, the entire Mech Empire City was engaged against the 9-headed Dragonhawk, and it was the best opportunity to flee. Zhong did not want to waste a single moment here. After all, the city was a powerful treasure that could fight against the Type 9 powerhouse. If it was not for the 9-headed Dragonhawk grasping the attention of the city, Zhong and the rest would have long since been put down. Even if all the slaves within the city were to rise up and riot, they would not be able to withstand the suppression of the city. This was how terrifying it was. Deserters will die. The beast man with the bull head and eagle wings had a dangerous look as he reached out with his hands, appearing in front of Zhong, grabbing towards his head viciously. You want to make an example out of him. The beast man was a speed and strength type. Within the Type 7 powerhouses, they were well known for their close combat as well. In a small area, they could suddenly explode forth and take out experts of the same realm. This bullhead beastman was also an experienced fighter. His sudden attack was terrifying, and even the Saint Lord of the Saint Lands would have a 50% chance of succumbing to such a strike. The faces of Yu Ying and the rest fell as they shouted out, "Be careful, master!" Miss Green and the rest also had ugly expressions. Only Xing Bing Yun maintained her smile, looking towards Zhong in anticipation. Truly looking to die? I'm in need of a few Type 7 slaves anyway. You can fill those positions. Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he used his dragon-catching claws and aimed for the beastman's head. A powerful dragon-shaped force slammed into the beastman, suppressing him on the ground. The beastman started to struggle frantically, his expression contorted as he roared. How is this possible? You're just a mere human. How could you be so strong? The physiques of humans were widely known to be weak, even at their Type 7 realm. However, this Type 7 beastman was actually suppressed by Zhong. He could not believe it, not even when he had seen it with his own eyes. Other than Xing Bing Yun, everyone else present were shocked, not daring to believe their eyes. The gazes of Yu Ying and the rest were filled with idolization, as their love and respect for Zhong increased another notch. Master is truly formidable. He's invincible. Haha, what's impossible about it? My strength is above yours. You guys can become my slaves. Zhong had a fierce glint in his eyes as he stepped on the Type 7 beastman mercilessly, knocking him out with an outburst of his strength. At the same time, he sent out a Type 7 puppet rune through his legs into the head of the Type 7 beastman. Let go of my family head. Seeing Zhong suppress the Type 7 beastman, the hundreds of bullheads were in shock, yet some of them pounced towards Zhong in madness. Get the hell down! Zhong swept them a look, his gaze turning frosty. His gravity manipulation burst out, and a terrifying gravitational force weighed down upon them. At that instant, the hundreds of them felt like a mountain was pressing on their back, causing their bones to creak loudly as they were forced to the ground, immobilized. Only a dozen Type 6 was able to maintain standing, but their speed was reduced drastically. With a wave of his hands, a bright blood radiance swooped out, enveloping the hundreds of bullhead beastmen. In that instant, they were all swallowed up and turned to dried corpses. Seeing how they all became corpses in a second, Miss Green and the rest of the Star Luo experts turned slightly pale, strong. With his methods, if it was not for Xing Bing Yun being there, he could easily swipe up the rest of the Star Luo people as well. After a moment, the bullhead beastman that was subdued by Zhong got up, responding with respect. Arrerowang greets master. Witnessing these, the people present were shocked once again. What the hell? Just like that? That was a Type 7 expert. What the hell did he do? That's quite sick, right? Even Xing Bing Yun had a serious look on her face. Such a method of subduing a slave was extremely strange and disturbing. While Xing Bing Yun could defeat a Type 7 powerhouse easily, she had no means of getting someone like that to willingly submit. Her brows arched as she chuckled. Truly the envoy. If my guess is right, that should be the strength of a treasure of hope, right? Zhong did not bat an eyelid, as he replied, That's right, it is the power of a treasure of hope. Although Zhong was cooperating with Xing Bing Yun, there was a slight competition for leadership. Zhong would not hand over the reins to such a mysterious and powerful woman. He had to flex his muscles from time to time, displaying what he was capable of just to keep them at bay. Otherwise, if something bad were to happen, it would be too late to try and make up for it. Right now on Earth, the human race was about to face countless superior species. Zhong could only gather all the strength and cards he had in order to have a sliver of hope. Unless he was forced to, he did not want to engage other human factions as much as possible. Xing Bing Yun chuckled and did not say anything after that. Let's go. Zhong then led the rest towards the edge of the city quickly. Within the city, many species and races were present, and when they saw how easily Zhong had subdued Arrerowang, they were taken aback. Most of them evaded him, not willing to antagonize him. Soon, they came to the border. At this time, the Mech Empire city was covered in a layer of shield, not allowing anyone in or out. Xing Bing Yun walked up to the shield and pressed her hand to it lightly, before frowning. Zhong, this shield is too strong. It should be a D-grade one. It is currently utilizing the power of the city, and even a Type 9 powerhouse would not be able to tear through it. I have no way of getting past. A D-grade energy shield could withstand the hits of a Type 9 powerhouse, even those attacks that had spatial laws. No matter how strong Xing Bing Yun was, she was just a Type 8 expert and had no way of tearing the shield apart to flee the city. Miss Green suggested, "Why don't we go help the 9-headed Dragonhawk? If we destroy those key structures and take down the city in turn, at that time, we will naturally be able to flee." The Star Luo group all nodded in agreement, evidently in favor of attacking the city. Zhong also stepped up the shield and pressed it lightly. "No need, this shield has flaws. I can find an exit." The experts of the Star Luo group revealed doubtful expressions, but based on his previous display of power, no one dared to say it to his face. Facing their doubtful glances, Zhong's eyes narrowed as he activated his flame domain, and the blazing flames slammed into the shield as they began to incinerate the D-grade energy shield. However, the flames that could burn even a Type 7 powerhouse was not able to do anything to the shield. Zhong then stepped into the region, and his hands began to blaze with the gold God Devil flames as he pressed them onto the shield. The moment the God Devil flames came in contact with the D-grade shield, it began to sizzle and crack, and a hole appeared in a shield that not even a Type 9 powerhouse could do anything against. The God Devil flames were one of Zhong's strongest cards. There was nothing they could not burn. With the support of the flame domain, their might was even more terrifying. Even a Type 9 powerhouse would slowly be burnt and incinerated if he or she was in contact with those flames. Of course, a Type 9 powerhouse would have plenty of moves. Zhong would be unable to get close, not to mention using the God Devil flames to burn the enemy. After a hole that could fit 2 people appeared in the shield, Zhong retracted his flame domain, barking out, "Move!" The people present were all decisive characters. Without any hesitation, they began to pour out the hole and escaped outside. After 20 of them escaped, the hole began to close up, forcing Zhong to utilize the same method once more. The process repeated for a number of times. Everyone present managed to escape from the Mech Empire capital. There are people who could escape from a city? You fellows, since you could escape, you must have the strength. Why didn't you stay inside and help me destroy the city? Damn you! Just as everyone managed to escape from the city, the enraged roar of the Type 9-headed Dragonhawk came from above. With his comprehension of space, he could sense anything within a 3 kilometers radius. If Zhong had been alone, it would not be so bad. Based on his methods, he could forcefully hide. However, there were over 100 Star Luo experts with him. They were naturally unable to escape the notice of the Type 9 mutant beast. Chapter 1072. The Strike of the Type 9-headed Dragonhawk. Chapter 1072. The Strike of the Type 9-headed Dragonhawk. When he heard that voice, Zhong's face fell as he barked out, "Flee!" At the instant, a huge dragon claw of over 1,000 kilometers came crashing down in a destructive manner, aiming for the entire group. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Miss Green and the rest, even Yu Ying and her 2 sisters began to tremble, their faces full of fear, without any strength to move, as they stood there to receive the punishment of the dragon claw. The claw of the 9-headed Dragonhawk was carrying its innate dragon might. Even a Type 6 powerhouse could not resist the fear. Their strength would be reduced to 10%, and could only watch as death loomed. This was the terror of a Type 9 powerhouse, and his ability to kill a Type 7 expert from over 1,000 li away. At the critical moment, Xing Bing Yun's eyes flashed as she stepped forward to channel her constellation domain, as the region wrapped around the dragon claw. Domain? This fellow has decent talent. Too bad. You're obviously injured, and your domain is lacking. Break for me. The icy words of the 9-headed Dragonhawk traveled through space, and in a flash, the huge dragon claw glowed brightly as an archaic and tyrannical energy blasted outward. The various constellations with the domain broke down, and the whole domain itself shook violently before shattering. Seeing her own domain shattering, Xing Bing Yun's fair face flushed red as she spat out a mouth of blood. There was a look of unwillingness. Damn it. If it was not for me being sealed and my energy sapped from the fight earlier, this claw would not be able to injure me. Xing Bing Yun, take them away, I'll block him. Zhong stepped forward as he shouted, soaring into the sky and bore the brunt of the pressure. This man has some backbone. Xing Bing Yun glanced at Zhong, standing in front of everybody, as a look of appreciation flashed past her eyes. She immediately turned around and swept up everyone in her constellation as she fled towards the distance. Zhong faced the dragon claw and could sense the terrifying might and vast strength. Kneel! 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 Submit to me! Submit! The dragon claw carried the might of the Type 9 mutant beast, exuding an overbearing will that enveloped the area. Under that suppression, Zhong felt a deep fear within him and an intense desire to kneel and express his subservience, awaiting judgment. Get lost! At that moment, an intense rage and shame welled up in him as he let out a mighty roar, breaking through the shackles in his heart. He charged into the skies, his hands exhibiting the seals of the yin-yang palm, as he punched towards the dragon claw. The huge dragon claw clashed with Zhong's yin-yang palm, and the resulting shockwave blasted outwards. Zhong's level 5 yin-yang palm was instantly shattered by the dragon claw. However, due to his own power as well, the dragon claw dimmed a lot. Tearing through Zhong's yin-yang palm, the huge dragon claw tore through space and slammed into Zhong's body. As a result, he was sent flying like an ant, shooting backward over 100 km, his bones broken and his internal organs suffering huge damage. He was like a broken lump of meat as he laid on the floor without any signs of life. In the skies, the condescending tone of the Type 9 headed Dragonhawk sounded. Human, your strength was not too bad. You could even be called a hero among the Type 7 realm. However, challenging my might only results in death. Zhong's yin-yang palm was incredible, its might on par with Type 8 powerhouses. However, in front of the Type 9 mutant beast, it was insufficient. Furthermore, the opponent had transcended a distance of 3 kilometers to attack. Had it been a frontal clash, that strike could have slapped Zhong into meat paste. After the 9-headed Dragonhawk felt that he slapped Zhong to death, he no longer paid any attention over here. His aim was to destroy the Mech Empire City, as well as its structure, breaking this structure of Zhu Yuan Ting that had been his hard work. A Type 7 powerhouse was a mere ant in his eyes. A single slap was more than enough to deal with him. It was just like humans would not bother with a mere fly before handling any major matters. As for the lump of bloody meat, a finger suddenly twitched as a weak will sound out. By take me out of here. Yes, master. From the lump of flesh, a swarm of mechanical cells flew out, forming into a white lizard. The lizard opened its huge mouth and took in the lump of flesh before swiftly crawling its way out. The white lizard was formed from mechanical cells, lacking biological life signs, and the distance was too far for the Type 9-headed Dragonhawk to care. That lump of flesh was precisely Zhong. Having suffered such a hit, his body had almost collapsed. Only his brain remained intact. He had never suffered such a grievous injury before, and he was half a step from death. It was only his willpower keeping him going. It hurts. It hurts. It fucking hurts. My body hurts. It's killing me. I can't die. No, I must definitely not faint. Zhong was tortured by that intense pain, and he was on the verge of passing out. However, he gritted his teeth and bore the brunt of it. Currently, his second Order God Devil body was displaying its miraculous ability, regenerating all the broken parts of his body, including the bones, veins, and channels. His current state was horrible. If it were any other normal person, it would be death 10 times over. He could stay barely alive due to the God Devil body and his incredible will. He could sense that if he fainted, it would truly mean his death. Die, die, just die. If you die, you'll be forever at peace. No more torment. Just die. The strong sense of death continued to loom over him as he tried to regenerate his body. Each time it formed, it would break apart in sharp stabs of pain. The attack of the Type 9 powerhouse had laws and might imbued within it. Therefore, while Yu Zhong's physique was truly astounding, due to the difference in strength, it constantly corroded his healing body, preventing him from resurrecting. Yu Zhong was resolute, however, and he continued to scream out in his mind, "I will not die. In the future, I'll be sure to come back and tear you limb from limb and roast you alive." Under that torture that could drive a person crazy, Yu Zhong's second-order god devil body continued to repair his body, finally forming a human shape. In a vast desert, a mech was riding a mech lizard, moving forward. The mech was precisely Yu Zhong, piloting within, while the mech lizard was Bai Yi's current form. As they moved, Bai Yi suddenly asked, "Master, are we going to meet up with Miss Xing Bing Yun?" Yu Zhong had handed Yu Ying and the rest a locator. With it, he could easily find the position of Xing Bing Yun and the rest. Yu Zhong thought and shook his head. No, it is too dangerous to meet with her right now. With his god and devil imprint, to an expert who knew about the uses of it, Yu Zhong was basically a tonic. Although Xing Bing Yun seemed to be upright, and he was not willing to risk his life. Before he met her, he must have the ability to preserve his life, otherwise he would not take the chance. Currently, Yu Zhong might have recovered his exterior, but his internal organs were still a mess. Any Type 7 powerhouse could kill him easily. At this stage, how could he dare to appear in front of Xing Bing Yun? Suddenly, the desert trembled, and with a swish, over 100 human militants jumped out, raising their ordinary particle cannons at Yu Zhong. The leader, a middle-aged man wearing a helmet and wielding an A-grade particle cannon and equipped with full military gear, barked out, "Don't move. Do not resist, otherwise we will act and wipe you out, destroying your smart ship." The rest of them also stared venomously at Yu Zhong, their muscles taut, prepared for a fight. Yu Zhong frowned and asked, "Bai Yi, why was there no warning?" Bai Yi replied, "Master, they're using equipment that masked mechanical and electrical signals. I had no way of scanning for their presence. Furthermore, there are no satellites that I could use around here. So that's the case. Seems like the human resistance who could survive here in Galistar have some abilities." Yu Zhong swept them a look and pressed a button. His outer mech then opened up to reveal himself as he spoke in a low voice, "I'm human, not some mech." Chapter 1073, Human Underground City. Chapter 1073, Human Underground City. When they saw Yu Zhong emerging from the mech, the leader heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he frowned and shot Yu Zhong a suspicious look. Human. Each time the human resistance took on the mechs, it would be a grueling battle. If the mech they were hunting turned out to be too strong, then their losses would be huge as well. The human expert continued to ask, "Who are you? Why would you appear here?" Yu Zhong had already prepared for such a contingency, as he replied smoothly, "I'm from one of the Star Luo Universe's planets, Planet Lei Huang. My name is Wang Sheng, and this time, in order to save my young Star Lord, our forces had taken the chance when the 9-headed Dragonhawk attacked the city to infiltrate. In the end, I managed to steal a mech lizard to escape." The human leader took out a white box and pointed it at Yu Zhong, as it shone a green light, before his expression relaxed. "You're truly a human. Since that's the case, come with us." Yu Zhong replied, "Sure." Right now, since he was still injured, he needed to find a place to recover properly. He also needed to cultivate to erase the lingering will of the 9-headed Dragonhawk. The humans had been resisting against the Mech for a long time, and while their combat ability might not count for much, their evasive and hiding abilities were truly astounding. Even the satellites that covered the entire planet was not able to do anything about them. If the human base was found so easily, they would have been wiped out long ago. Inside Galistar, the Mech Kingdom and its sentient mechs were the rulers. Only the Type 9-headed Dragonhawk was able to resist the entire kingdom. Yu Zhong followed the group through the desert, and when they came to an ordinary-looking sand dune, the leader retrieved a jade plate. The item immediately released a beam of light as it tore open the ground and revealed a deep tunnel that seemed to go on forever. The soldiers quickly got in. After Zhong entered, he immediately assessed his surroundings, discovering that there were many mechanical spheres. Other than that, nothing was out of the ordinary. At the same time, there were lights illuminating the tunnel, revealing the contents. There were many tunnels branching off, and the leader seemed to know it like the back of his hand, choosing specific ones as they maneuvered through the maze, heading deeper. After passing through the tunnels, having traveled almost 40 kilometers, they finally went through a mountain cave, and a huge underground city greeted Zhong. The city was not particularly lavish. Instead, it was ordinary, with countless ordinary houses. The inhabitants were all carrying some form of firearms. Inside this city, regardless of the gender or age, everyone wielded a weapon, assessing their surroundings guardedly. Zhong even saw a young girl of about 10 carrying a particle cannon about the same size as her, and it was a disorienting sight. The leader then led Zhong toward a dirty water pipe, into a particular slum, before saying, "I'm called Zhao Hao. Welcome to our base, Wang Sheng. Before you go through our test, you can only stay here. After we have passed you and gained our trust, you will gain better treatment." Zhong swept a look at the sallow humans with emaciated features, frowning slightly. He considered a while, before nodding, "Fine. In here, your mech lizard will be confiscated. As long as you head out to battle, we will return the mech lizard to you. This is the rule." Zhao Hao then took out a smart chip, placing it on the head of the mech lizard and pressed a button. With a button, it imprinted something on it before he handed Zhong, "This is your proof of ownership, as well as your ID. When we go out to battle, you can retrieve your mech lizard to battle." Zhong took it silently and did not say much. He just wanted to recover his strength quietly. Once he was back to full health, this little base would not be able to hold him down. The mech lizard was just a Type 5 mech beast. Even if it was confiscated by this human base, he did not really care. Zhao Hao saw how Zhong was so compliant and was extremely satisfied, and reminded him, "Wang Sheng, if you want to be a part of us and gain more benefits, you need to obtain more merit. Hunting mutant beasts, entering the mech cities, stealing, bringing back resources, killing mechs, these can all be exchanged for points. Points are our currency, and with that, you can purchase anything you want here." Zhong seemed to have thought of something as he pointed at his mech lizard. "Zhao Hao, this is a Type 5 mech beast. Are you interested to buy it?" There was a look of joy in Zhao Hao's eyes, but he frowned after. "I am indeed intending to purchase a mech beast. Yours is really decent. In our City 67, it could be considered an elite equipment. Such a mech beast will be worth about 1 million points. I don't have that many, only 300,000, thus I can't afford it." A Type 5 mech beast was practically just cannon fodder to the mech kingdom. However, to the human resistance, they were a powerful piece of equipment. Each one was extremely expensive. When Zhong saw that Zhao Hao had no intention to lie to him, he had a favorable impression of him, and laughed out, "Since you don't have enough, I'll deal for 250,000 points. I'm still new here and not too familiar with the place and people. I will need you to look out for me." To Zhong, this Type 5 mech beast was nothing much. In his universe ring, he still had over 100,000 of them. He could even gift this away without feeling a pinch. Having obtained the treasury, Zhong was more confident of his assets now. When Zhao Hao heard that, he had an overjoyed look as he laughed out loud. Good. Wang Sheng, you're counted as my friend. Oh yes, this place is truly too unsuitable for you. Come, I have one more property over at the civilian district. I can let you have it." Zhong chuckled, "All right." Inside the slums, the conditions were terrible, with little to no security. If he was to meet some unknown people barging into his place while he was recuperating, he might be killed before he could react. They went back out the soiled pipe, where the stench was unbearable, and soon entered the civilian district. Inside here, there were many houses built, but the density of the population was not too overcrowded. There was also order here, and the streets were clean. Zhao Hao took Zhong to an ordinary-looking house and chuckled. "This is your new place." Zhong assessed his surroundings, noticing that it was about 60 SQM, about the size of an ordinary two-bedroom unit on Earth. Zhao Hao then handed the identification card to Zhong and chuckled again. "I've already transferred 250,000 over and handed the rights of this place to your name. From today onward, you are a civilian of our city 67. Zhong put on a pale expression as he smiled back. "Many thanks, Zhao Hao. I would like to rest for now." Zhao Hao immediately made his way out. "In that case, I should make a move first. Go rest well." After he left, Zhong heaved a sigh of relief, and his back broke out in sweat. Although he had forcefully regenerated his shape, every step was like a sharp stab to him. Having lost the mech lizard, every step was a torture to him. "Fine, this place is safe. I can focus on recuperating." He sat on the bed and flipped his hand as a bottle filled with a clear, silver heavenly treasure appeared in his hands, and he quickly gobbled it up. When the silvery liquid entered his chest, it turned into a powerful energy that nourished his body. That silvery liquid was incredibly precious. A single drop could help a peak Type 4 powerhouse to break through to the Type 5 realm. After absorbing the liquid, Zhong flipped his hands once more, and a bright red 10,000-year-old blood dragon ginseng appeared, which he promptly consumed. The 10,000-year-old blood dragon ginseng was also precious, formed from an ordinary blood dragon ginseng having consumed the blood and flesh of a Type 9 powerhouse to form. If an ordinary Type 7 powerhouse were to eat this, there was a chance of a breakthrough into the Type 8 stage. As it was incredibly precious, there was only one such stock in the treasury of the Mech kingdom. When it was consumed by Zhong, there was a soft explosion as it turned into energy and began to course through Zhong's body, constantly strengthening him. As he willed it, he continued to retrieve all sorts of treasures to consume, before shutting his eyes and channeling the energy into rebuilding his body. Kacha! Kacha! Under the flow of the immense energy, it finally congealed within his sea of knowledge, transforming into gold energy, re-entering his body and into his blood. His blood began to shine a pure, bright gold, exuding a holy and powerful might that seemed archaic and capable of suppressing other races and species. Chapter 1074, Dark Saint Assembly. Chapter 1074, Dark Saint Assembly. Break apart, you damn lingering will. As the gold blood congealed, Zhong's will roared out within his sea of consciousness. An immense force exploded forth, turning into a golden sword-like will that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens and ripping space, slamming into the remaining will of the 9-headed Dragonhawk. Inside his will, there was a small-scale 9-headed Dragonhawk roaring frantically, exuding a pressure within his sea of knowledge. Die, 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 go to hell, go to hell. Only death can bring you eternal peace. The sword that carried Zhong's will slice down on that Dragonhawk, and in that instant, a powerful and sacred will exploded forth, directly exterminating the beast. When he killed off the 9-headed Dragonhawk, Zhong could feel that some seal in his body seemed to have cracked open, as though nothing could hold him back anymore. He opened his eyes, and 2 bright, gold beams shone. They were focused and resolute. He quickly sensed the changes in his body. I've been destroyed once, and after my rebirth, I seem to have become stronger. However, in the metamorphosis, it would take another 3 days to fully evolve. Although I have not reached the 3rd order God Devil body, my body has become stronger than before. Once I've fully recovered, my combat strength would have risen once more. Since he cleared the lingering will of the 9-headed Dragonhawk, his mood was comfortable, and he began to understand and comprehend will better. Most powerful existences had strong wills. While a Type 8 powerhouse might not be able to materialize, a Type 9 powerhouse was able to exert such a force on their enemies. The Type 99-headed Dragonhawk had crossed a distance of over 3 kilometers, using an attack imbued with his will to deal a fatal strike to Zhong, almost preventing him from resurrecting. It was almost impossible to withstand. Now that Zhong had comprehended will, once he recovered fully, even if the 9-headed Dragonhawk were to attack once more, he would not be afraid. Of course, if it were a frontal clash, then he could still be easily killed. Zhong stood up and saw that there were items on the table. He went through them curiously and almost understood what he saw. These are synthetic food. He was interested and took up one piece, putting it into his mouth. Let's see how it tastes like. Peh, this is not fit for a person's taste. Once the food was in his mouth, it released some strange sour taste, and there was a stench as well, and he could not help but spit out the food. As he shook his head, he walked out in large strides. The people here actually eat this sort of shit. What admirable palate. Currently, Zhong's body was still undergoing a metamorphosis. It required 3 days to complete. He wanted to make use of this chance to walk around the city. In the civilian district, there were many humans, and Zhong saw that their lives were much better than those in the slums. Their clothes were not too tattered, and every one of them had some form of weapon. Within this city, it was as though constant peril and fear weighed on every one of them, and only a weapon could make them feel safe. As Zhong walked without any weapons, many of them shot him strange looks. All of a sudden, in the civilian district, there were a bunch of men in black military uniform, and behind them were young girls of about 11 or 12, chained up and dragged along as they cried out pitifully. When they saw the men in uniform, almost everyone in the civilian district quickly got out of the way, hiding within their homes, raising their own weapons in guarded defense. The originally bustling street was soon empty, leaving behind only Zhong alone. One of the militants, a burly and ferocious-looking man, saw Zhong standing quietly, and a savage glint flashed past his eyes. "Get the hell away. Don't stand in our way. Are you seeking death?" Zhong glanced at that man and frowned, speaking solemnly. "Who the hell are you guys? Why did you capture someone casually?" The burly man laughed out cruelly, pointing the ray gun in his arms at Zhong. "Huh, you don't even recognize us from the Darksane Assembly? Ignorant." "Good. We lack slaves up there anyway. Even if you're a man, you should be worth some amount. Kneel down, otherwise this senior here will blow your brains out." "Ha! This kid is ignorant to actually antagonize Master Zhong. He doesn't know death. This kid is dead. Who knows if he will be sold to the battlefront of the slave market." The rest of the militants beside Master Zhong began to laugh out in ridicule as they began discussing. Zhong frowned, a killing intent flashing across his eyes. "Slave? Since you guys are so arrogant and unbridled, does this City 67 not have rules? They actually allow you folk to walk around?" That Master Zhong laughed out loud as his savage nature burst forth. "Ha ha ha! Law. In this City 67, I am the heaven. I am the law. Whoever dares touch me will be put to death. You fool. You dare challenge me? You're gonna die. For sure. I will capture you and put you into a pit full of donkeys fed with an aphrodisiac and let you enjoy the taste of your asshole being torn open." "Ha! Ha!" In the midst of his laughter, Master Zhong directly hoisted his particle cannon and aimed at Zhong's legs, before firing off with a vicious expression. There was a bright flash, and the beam shot towards Zhong. What a beast! Seems like there are areas in City 67 where the ugliness of humans still rears its head. Zhong sighed and disappeared from his position. The next instant, he was already in front of Master Zhong, waving his hand as Master Zhang's right arm flew in the air. At the same time, he made a grab for the particle cannon and aimed it at Master Zhang's head in a slick motion. "Ah, it hurts! It hurts!" Having his right arm sliced off, Master Zhong screamed out like a pig being slaughtered. When he saw the particle cannon pointed at his head, he was so frightened that he pissed himself as warm, yellow liquid came down his waist. He suppressed the pain and quickly got on his knees, pleading out of fear, "Lord, please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm the man of Black Widow, Lu Manyu. If you kill me, you're going against the entire city 67. Spare my life. The Black Widow would give you benefits. Please don't kill me. Yu Zhong shot him a disdainful glance. What a useless trash. When you opened fire earlier, if I wasn't strong enough, wouldn't I have been killed by you? It's kind of late for you to plead, isn't it? Just die. A bright flash occurred, and the beam directly pierced through Master Zhang's head, bursting it apart like a watermelon, causing him to die instantly. You killed Master. You're dead. No one can save you now. The Black Widow is going to kill you. You're finished. The rest of the militants following Master Zhong saw how he had been killed, and their expressions turned to one of shock as they began to fire at Yu Zhong wildly. Since Master Zhong was dead, the moment Black Widow turned furious, they would all be branded as slaves or killed. Only by bringing Yu Zhong in, dead or alive, would they have chance. In that instant, a dozen particle beams shot at Yu Zhong. Seeking death, there was a cold light in his eyes, and with a tap of his foot, he disappeared. The dozens of beams slammed into his afterimage, not hurting him in the slightest. In the next moment, dozens of his shadow clones appeared in front of each militant, firing off beams at their heads. With a flash of beams, the dozens of militants from the Dark Saint Assembly had their heads explode, leaving only 5 of them. Yu Zhong swept the remaining 5 members a cold look and barked out coldly, "Kneel or die." Feeling the threat, all of them turned ashen as they got on the ground, and kowtowed profusely, "Sir, spare us. Please, spare our lives. Spare our lives." Yu Zhong swept them a cold look and asked, "What is this Dark Saint Assembly? Who is the Black Widow? Tell me everything about this city, truthfully." The soldiers quickly replied, "Yes, yes, yes. Sir, we'll say. We'll say." Chapter 1075, The Black Widow. Chapter 1075, The Black Widow. Wherever there were people, there would be competition, there would be light, as well as darkness. The Black Widow Lu Man Yu was a huge idol in every member of the Resistance. Making use of the authority of the higher-ups, Lu Man Yu had started her own Dark Saint Assembly, running things on the side, as well as conducting shady businesses. The poor and the people in the slum were those who were weak and had poor backgrounds, ordinary folk. The Dark Saint Assembly would usually enter the slums to traffic someone up to other places. They were overbearing and tyrannical, but did not enjoy the perks that other people in power did. Lu Man Yu was a person who knew how to work her charms. Most of the higher-ups treated her well, and everyone worked together, doing things fearlessly. In truth, most of the ordinary people in the slums were taken away without warning and sold without any future. Yu Zhong frowned and sighed. "You guys are all already hiding out here like rats with bad enough circumstances, but to think that there are those who would act against their own kind. Truly inhumane beasts. Fools. Humans were truly complicated creatures. Those on Galistar had to hide underground, without seeing the sun. There did not seem to be any hope of winning the Mech Kingdom, nor returning to the surface. Hence, in the thousands of years, the upper echelon had been starting to rot and drop, and they began to chase after pleasures and sick depravities. Furthermore, in the distribution of the resources, the ones at the top wanted more, thus they decided to do away with more from the lower levels. Thus the slums became their target. Yu Zhong swept those little girls a look, noticing that they were all emaciated and malnourished, looking like dried fishes. They were so skinny that it was almost inhuman, and their eyes were filled with fear. He spoke warmly. "Those men from the Dark Saint Assembly have been killed by me. You are all free to go home." The girls exchanged looks, but no one turned to leave. The tallest and presumably oldest stepped forward and kneeled on the ground as she started to plead while sobbing. "Big brother, we were all captured by them. If the Dark Saint Assembly got wind that we escaped home, we will be captured once again and tortured. This time, even our families will be dragged in. Please, please take us. We're willing to be your slaves, and we will do whatever you want of us. Please." The rest all began to kneel as they echoed after the girl in the lead. "Please, take us away. We're willing to be your slaves." In this underground city, these human kids matured from a young age, knowing how to utilize weapons at the age of 10 and learning of the darkness of the world. Since they grew up in the slums, they knew clearly that only someone who had extended some form of kindness, as Zhong, would be the only way out. As Zhong watched this, he frowned and felt helpless. Damn, it feels like something troublesome has happened. If he were alone, then even if his strength had not recovered inside this city, he could walk around unfettered. However, if he brought these girls along, then he would have an additional responsibility and had to ensure their safety. Defending was always harder than being on the attack. The lead girl saw that Zhong was hesitating, and she crawled over like a kitten, hugging his legs as her tears flowed. "I'm begging you, big brother, save us." He continued to ponder before his gaze sharpened at last, and asked the girl, "All right, I'll take you girls in. What is your name?" There was a look of joy in the girl's eyes, as she replied quickly, "Master, I'm called Apple." She was intelligent and knew their background was poor. Even if they followed him, they were just slaves. They wanted to live on, even if it was going to be with a lowly status. "Apple, gather the rest. Then follow this uncle. He will ensure your safety." With a thought, there was a rip in the void, and Whitebone stepped out, standing beside Zhong quietly. Apple saw the unearthly means that Zhong had, and was shocked, as she replied respectfully, "Yes, Master." Zhong swept a look at those trembling members of the Dark Saint Assembly. "Let's go. Take me to see your Black Widow." The few militants responded shakily, "Yes, yes." Zhong waved his hands as atmospheric energy shrouded the group of soldiers. He then brought them up into the air as he flew towards the center of the city with the rest of them in tow. Apple watched on in awe. "My master is so strong." The rest of the girls looked on at the immortal-like Zhong with similar gazes of adoration and respect. All the humans in the underground city were exceptionally fearful of powerhouses. Such an expert could easily obtain whatever they wanted. These girls had lived pitifully for a long time. Thus, they naturally hoped for their master to be someone strong. Only then they could live a better life. In the center of City 67, there was a huge villa of about 4 to 5 stories, each of them easily tens of acres. Inside these villas, there were all sorts of strange plants and flowers, giving off interesting scents. There were pools and amenities. At the same time, the entire place was illuminated at all times, allowing the inhabitants to feel like they were on the surface. In this world below, in order to construct such a setting, the expenditure was high, especially the villa alone. Every day, they had to spend a Type 3 mutant beast nucleus in order to maintain it. If the entire City 67 was to be given the same amenities, then the expenditure could easily be astronomical. Beside the swimming pool of one particular residence, there was an incredibly sexy woman with an alluring body, thick lips, her long, lush hair wavy and healthy. She looked slightly snobbish as she laid comfortably on sunchair. On either side of this top beauty were a dozen naked men with handsome looks and muscular physiques. They were either massaging her or licking her legs like shameless dogs. All of a sudden, the beautiful woman frowned. Her eyes filled with a vicious gaze as she waved her hand, and the whip she was carrying struck the back on one of the men, causing a deep and bloody gash. "Damn slave. Use more strength. Did you not eat enough? Better be careful, lest I throw you to the cage and feed my precious." The man who was struck heavily only revealed a look of shock and fear, instead of pain, as he kowtowed profusely. "Mercy, master! Mercy!" This beauty was the renowned Black Widow Lu Manyu of City 67. The precious she was referring to was a mutant dog that fed on human flesh. Once thrown into the cage, the man would be dead. Lu Manyu swept the man a disdainful gaze. She waved her hands. "Drag him away, this trash. Compared to little Zhong, he's truly lacking. There's no manliness in this one. Feed him to my precious." The man was frightened out of his wits as he began to kowtow even more angrily. "Master! Spare me! Master!" Two black suit experts shot forwards out of the dark, grabbing the man casually as they dragged him away and threw him into a cage. Inside the cage, there was a burly Type 3 mutant dog the size of a lion, its eyes flashing with a cruel light. Seeing the man thrown into the cage, the Type 3 mutant dog had a savage expression as it pounced towards the man. Soon, the screams of the man rang out as meat and blood splattered everywhere as he was ripped to pieces by the mutant beast. All the slaves who were waiting on for Lu Man Yu began to tremble with pale faces. As for the Black Widow, she laughed out in perverted ecstasy, her face drunk with pleasure. All of a sudden, the communication device beside her rang out. Her face fell as she barked out, "Scram within 2 seconds, otherwise you'll be fed to the dogs." The men became frightened as they quickly ran out within a breath. After they left, Lu Man Yu pressed her button, and there was a bright light that flashed, revealing a figure of an old man with freckles and a huge nose. He was wearing a suit as his eyes flashed with a crafty light. Lu Man Yu began to exert her charm as she spoke coquettishly. "Godfather, why are you only free now to find you? Yu really misses you. You haven't doted on me for a long time. I'm so lonely. I missed you so." Chapter 1076, Killing the Black Widow. Chapter 1076, Killing the Black Widow. The big-nosed old man laughed out obscenely. Little precious. I'm not seen you in a long while. In a few days, I'll be over there for a short while. When that time comes, I'll treat you well." He then turned serious. "All right, precious, go get Beck and the rest ready. I want a troop of 10,000 elites, ready for battle any time. In these 2 days, there will be orders for you." When Lu Man Yu heard this, she lost her composure. "Godfather, we only have about 7,000 elites in this underground city. How could we gather 10,000? The big-nosed old man immediately turned icy as he barked. "Oh, so your wings have grown, eh? You dare go against my orders? This matter. Even if you can't, you'll have to. If you won't, you better scram the hell back. I'll get someone else to take over your position." Lu Man Yu turned pale when she heard this, her voice turning softer. "No, I'll do it. Godfather, I'll definitely do it. I will settle whatever you ask of me." She knew his character. If she went against his wishes, not only would her position be taken away, when she went back, she would lead a life worse than a dog. The big-nosed uncle then nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Go get yourself cleaned up. I will head over any time in these few days." After that, his figure disappeared. Seeing that the old man was gone, Lu Man Yu's face turned incredibly venomous and contorted with rage as she spoke in a low voice. "Damn old fart. One day, your mother, I will let you see how terrifying I can be." Lu Man Yu might just be a pawn and pet of the old man right now, but she was filled with hate and vengeance towards him. However, she knew clearly that she could be this unbridled, and everyone was afraid of her purely because of the Godfather behind her. Without him, she would just be anybody's toy, her life and fate out of her hands, and worse than hell. After venting her hatred, she screeched like a shrew. "Men, throw those men to my precious." The black-dressed security guards came out from various dark corners, dragging those well-built slaves towards the cage. The Black Widow was a vicious woman, killing off all those men that had relations with her. Otherwise, if the Godfather knew, it would be trouble. Furthermore, it was pleasurable for her to watch them being torn apart, as though she was in control over their lives. "No, please, don't kill me. I don't want to die." The men all revealed expressions of fear and despair, as they screamed out and begged for their lives. However, Lu Man Yu just smiled viciously, watching them as they headed towards their deaths. What an ugly, venomous woman. Right at this time, there was a voice causing Lu Man Yu to turn around. only to see Zhong walking over, followed by 5 militants of the Dark Saint Assembly. Seeing him, Lu Manyu's expression turned, as countless thoughts flashed past her mind. She quickly exerted herself. Who are you? She was extremely fearful of death, and in this villa, there were over 30 Type 4 experts. And yet, Yu Zhong had been able to walk in without raising alarms, meant that he was not simple. Yu Zhong's eyes were blazing as he shot her a look, like a king that was looking at this beautiful but poisonous flower. Black Widow Lu Manyu, are you the one controlling this city, capturing numerous people of the slums to sell as slaves? Her face changed as she revealed a pitiful expression. It was not me. It's those above who forced me. I'm just their puppet, they're you. I'm not in control over my own life. I can't go against their orders. Her acting was truly worthy of an Oscar if there was one here. At this moment, she truly looked like someone who had been forced against her will, a weak lady who truly deserved pity. In truth, she had managed to hook the Godfather around with her acting, playing countless ploys to be separated from the numerous slave girls she was a part of, gaining the power and authority she had today. Yu Zhong sighed in admiration. What good acting if I had not seen you throwing those fellows to the dog. I would have believed you. Truly admirable, commendable. Any Oscar winner would pale in comparison with her. After all, in order to live on, she could truly pull off any character. Had the old Godfather seen through her, she would have died a long time ago. Under the sort of pressure, how could she not be amazing? In a flash, 2 Type 4 experts burst out from the shadows, slashing their weapons at Yu Zhong viciously. You want to kill me? Too weak. Yu Zhong laughed indifferently. Without even turning around, he slapped out casually, as though he was swatting flies. At that moment, the 2 experts exploded where they stood, their body parts splattering everywhere. Type 6 powerhouse. Seeing his prowess, the rest of the experts were stunned silly and did not dare act. There was a sense of invincibility exuding from Yu Zhong, affecting their states of mind. Among the human resistance on Galistar, the strongest was at most Type 6. In the whole rebel force, there were only 3 such experts, termed as the Third Kings. They were also the leaders of the rebel force. Everyone knew Type 6 powerhouses to be invincible. Thus, no one was willing to act against Yu Zhong. Lu Manyu's face fell as she immediately went to the ground, revealing a respectful expression while trying to flaunt her worth. So you're an esteemed Type 6 powerhouse. Sir, please take me in. I'm willing to be your slave. I'm well-learned and can help you run a city. I can help you raise top slaves and help you gain favor. I will help you acquire City 67 as well. Please take me in, even if I have to be your bitch. I'm willing. She was clear that she was just an ant in front of Type 6 Master. If Yu Zhong wanted to kill her, no one could save her. Thus, she could only plead for her life. Yu Zhong chuckled, smart, capable, and among the women I have met, you can easily be in the top 50. Hearing those praises, Lu Manyu felt a sliver of hope. Unfortunately, Yu Zhong's next sentence sent her straight to hell. However, your character is too venomous, and you're too ambitious. Because of you, who knows how many have died? I can't pardon you. You should be fed to your dog. With that, he waved his hands and sent Lu Manyu soaring towards the cage. In a flash, she was directly sent rolling into the cage with the mutant dog. The mutant dog saw Lu Manyu, and a savage look flashed in its eyes as it pounced over with its jaws open to bite at her. There was a look of despair in her eyes as she screamed, "No, precious, I'm your mother. No, don't eat me. Help, help me." Within seconds, the vicious woman was eaten by her own reared mutant dog. After that, Yu Zhong took out his particle cannon and fired it at the mutant beast. Yu Zhong swept the trembling experts a cold look. Are you guys submitting or intending to die? They immediately got down on their knees as they swore, "We're willing to work for Sir." In this underground city, where things were chaotic, the strong reigned. A Type 6 expert could easily sweep through the entire City 67. Thus, to them, it was an honor to work for such an expert. Yu Zhong spoke indifferently. All right, get up then. One of them then suggested, Sir, I know of the place where the rest of the upper echelon resides. Let me take you there. Yu Zhong responded, Good. What's your name? The black-suited expert replied, I'm called Wang Run. Yu Zhong spoke. Wang Run, lead the way. I'll remember your contribution. Wang Run celebrated in his heart. Thank you, sir. Under his lead, Yu Zhong directly went out of the villa, heading towards where the rest of the upper echelon were. Chapter 1077, Taking Over City 67. Chapter 1077, Taking Over City 67. Inside a villa, a burly man with a knife scar on his face was currently watching a stage with a cruel expression. On the stage, two young girls of about 11 or 12, wearing white leather suits, were currently wielding sharp blades as they slashed at each other in a crazed manner. Their gazes were savage, while their bodies were covered in blood. They were just like wild beasts. The burly, scarred man laughed savagely. Not bad. Kill her, Aisha. After you do, I'll let you have meat and cakes tonight. Ha ha ha. One of the girls, with golden hair and blue eyes, and her little mounds were developing, had a fierce glint in her eyes. She roared out in rage and charged towards the other girl, who was black. You're a beast. Right at this time, Yu Zhong's enraged voice sounded. The scarred man turned around, and his face sunk, barking out, Who the hell are you? Men, capture him. There's no need to shout. All your men are already dead. You can go to hell too. Yu Zhong shot the man a cold look as his killing intent billowed out. The particle cannon in his hands fired straight at the head of the man. A particle beam immediately blasted through the head of the scarred man. This was the top expert of City 67, Type 5 powerhouse Zhong Tong. His strength was decent, and he was vicious and decisive, having killed countless experts. However, against Yu Zhong's strike, he could not even react, as his head directly exploded. Strong. He actually killed Zhong Tong before he could react. Truly too strong. Behind Yu Zhong, Wang Ren and the other soldiers that had submitted were all wearing expressions of shock, their fear towards Yu Zhong deepening. After all, Zhong Tong was the top expert in City 67, and anyone who had challenged him in the past had been reduced to bones. Many hated him, but were unable to do anything to him. At the same time, he was considered the city mayor, in charge of the 90,000 people here. Once he killed Zhong Tong, Yu Zhong shot the podium a look, his brows furrowing. The two slave girls who were dressed indecently were still wielding their weapons, intent on claiming each other's lives. Yu Zhong then barked out suddenly, imbuing his powerful will into his voice, Stop! Under that pressure, the two girls felt a huge sense of fear well up in them as they released their weapons and got on the ground, staring at Yu Zhong in fear. Yu Zhong looked at them, riddled with injuries, as he sighed silently. There are truly too many beasts in this underground city. Trapped in this place, without the power to end things, they have all truly degenerated. Wang Ren, go get some people to take care of them. Yu Zhong gave this order and turned around to leave. He still had to clear more of the trash. Wang Ren responded respectfully, yes. Yu Zhong only needed to channel his Type 6 strength for now, but it was enough to walk around unbridled. The upper echelon was not his match, and they were either captured or killed by him within a short period. Just like that, he swept through the city, taking out all the human trash. By the time he was done, there were only 3 people left. One of them was called Zhao Song, in charge of the noble district, as well as the security of the civilians. One other, called Lu Li, was the governor of the civilians. He was an honest and old-fashioned man. The last was called Jin Tu, the vice commander of the armed forces of City 67. He was a military man, and while slightly lustful, the women who followed him did so willingly. In truth, many of the officials would be able to get many women the moment they expressed their intentions. However, it was just that they felt like these women were not interesting, unable to satisfy their sickest desires. That was why they did so many despicable things. Once City 67 was in his hands, Zhong sent someone for Apple and the rest. Inside the villa that Lu Man Yu had resided in, Zhong sat at the main seat, looking at Zhao Song, Jin Tu, Lu Li, and Zhao Hao, the four new heads of the city. Zhao Hao looked at Zhong, emitting a strong pressure with a complicated gaze. He had not expected the ordinary man he picked up in the desert to possess a Type 6 strength, directly winning City 67 with one fell swoop, and instating him as an official. Zhong swept Zhao Song a gaze and asked, Zhao Song, do you know where the human headquarters are? These officials had foregone progress, instead, rotting in their morals and behavior. Zhong was already striking them off as dead in his mind. If he knew where the headquarters was, and not too much time was needed, he did not mind taking a trip to wipe them out. Lord, I don't know. Zhao Song shook his head as he explained, it's not only me, but even the head Zhong Tong did not know where it is. The Mech Kingdom has powerful brainwashing procedures, which we are powerless against. Hence, the upper echelons are all mysterious. We only know that there are a total of 127 underground cities, and there are no communications between the cities. Only the central headquarters will initiate the communication and give us orders. Zhong then thought, so secretive? That's how they've managed to evade being discovered. The humans here are not simple too. It's a pity there's corruption in the higher echelons already. He then asked, Lu Man Yu was from the headquarters? Zhao Song replied, that's right, Lord. Lu Man Yu was from the headquarters. However, before she left, she had been blindfolded and transported in a secretive transport vehicle as well. She did not know where it is either. There was a sense of disappointment. So secretive, seems like it's not possible to take over these underground cities. He had initially intended to take the humans on Galistar, but since the headquarters was so mysterious, he was helpless too. Zhong then looked at Jin Tu. Jin Tu, did they tell you why they needed 10,000 elites? He had overheard the contents of the conversation between Lu Man Yu and the headquarters. Thus, he was curious to find out why they required 10,000 elites. Jin Tu replied quickly, this subordinate does not know. Zhong frowned. He looked at Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao, go organize some people and hand out food orderly to the slums before grouping them in groups of 500 to train up. Zhao Hao had a look of joy. Yes, sir. The people in the slums were truly pitiful, living like rats. Even that rubbish-like synthetic food was given to them only once a week. Zhong's act of giving out food right now was purely based on sympathy. At the same time, gathering soldiers from the slums gave them a way out, a form of work. After that, he gave a few more orders that require little manpower but could help to garner support before dismissing them. He was preparing for his body to recover fully before leading the people of City 67 away from here and back to Earth. Before that, he was not intending to carry out huge changes that would only cause them to be disoriented. After that, he headed towards the pool in the villa. Lu Man Yu had spent resources to beautify the place and fill it up with amenities. Thus, Zhong wanted to enjoy himself in the pool as well. By the pool, there were 2 rows of beautiful ladies in provocative clothing. They had been rescued from the officials of the City 67, and although Zhong had given them their freedom, they had chosen to stay behind. After all, by staying beside Zhong, they would have food and security. If they returned to the slums or the civilian district, they would have to eat synthetic food, and if they were not careful, they might become other people's playthings. There were all sorts of underground groups inside those places, which made people uneasy. As he walked over, the beauties all knelt down, announcing loudly, "Greetings, master!" He continued walking, as though he was an ancient king, giving off an aura of grandeur and might. As he pushed the doors of the pool open, he discovered 5 young women standing in the middle of the pool. One particular buxom babe of about 28 or 29 walked over sensually as she bowed towards him. "Master, I'm Lisova, the mistress in charge of your harem. These are virgins I've picked out for you, and I hope that you'll enjoy yourself." Chapter 1079, Desert Region. Chapter 1079, Desert Region. Zhong swept a glance, discovering the four ladies behind Lisova. He had seen two of them before. One of them was Apple, who he had saved from the slum. The other was the Aisha that had been on the stage attacking another girl wildly. Apple's skin was glowing as she revealed her innocent charms after a clean bath. Although she was still developing, she was extremely cute. As for Aisha, her looks were exquisite and her body sexy. Even though she was covered in scars, she looked like a leopard full of vitality. The other two Lolas were barely 16. However, in this cruel world, they were already considered ripe for the picking. Besides Apple and Aisha, one of them had fair skin and thick, long hair. Her eyes were big and round, her eyes clear and beautiful. She was about 16, and as Zhong walked over, she had a curious look in her eyes while assessing him. Beside her was a young, Western beauty of about 1.8 m, blonde hair, blue eyes, high nose, and an explosive body with a pair of impressive E-cup breasts. They were bouncy, and her eyes were filled with a slightly provocative yet teasing look. Zhong swept Apple and Aisha a look as he frowned. "Apple, you and Aisha go out." When Apple heard that, she was slightly disappointed, but she still replied respectfully, "Yes." Aisha, on the other hand, continued to stare at Zhong like a little leopard, untamed and wild, as she spoke out. "Why must we go out?" "Master, as long as you feed me, I will listen to you. I could do anything much better than these women." After that, she pulled with her might, as the silk covering her body was ripped apart, revealing her youthful yet alluring body. Inside this city, an ordinary beauty would already be violated at the age of 11. Only those in the noble and civilian districts could protect their chastity up until the age of 16. Aisha had been captured at an early age and had seen Zhong Tong violating the other girls. She was already exposed to it at a very young age and knew many things, even the skills necessary to attract and bewitch. Furthermore, she had no prior education and did not know what shame was. She only knew to utilize her capabilities to eat her fill. In order to do so, she could kill without hesitation or sell her body. Zhong looked at her and frowned, as he emitted a towering aura which enveloped her. "Get out." Faced with the insurmountable pressure, Aisha became like a mouse that saw a cat. Not knowing fear before, she finally felt a sense of terror as she stopped and replied meekly, "Yes." After that, both her and Apple quickly walked out of the pool obediently. Zhong then turned to Lisova and spoke indifferently. "In the future, those who attend to me have to be above 16, understood?" Lisova lowered her head gently and expressed her apologies. "I'm sorry, Master. It was my mistake this time. It won't happen again." Zhong nodded and walked into the hot pool. The two other beauties had already taken off their clothes, revealing two astounding physiques. In the pool, Zhong reached out to cup the beauty with black hair, grinning as he asked, "What's your name?" She replied gently, as she sank into his embrace, replying Master's words, "I'm Yuan Lu." Lisova then knelt behind Zhong, reaching out to massage him. The beauty with the E-cups then got to his right and used her bountiful peaks to massage his right shoulder, sticking out her tongue to lick him like a cat in heat. After Yuan Lu's reply, the big-breasted beauty whispered gently, "Master, my name is Natalie." "It's a nice name." He chuckled, before grasping her in his embrace as well, and lowered his head to kiss her. Following a few moans of pain, the entire pool was then ringing out with sounds of pleasure. For 3 whole days, Zhong did not step out of the underground city at all, spending his time idly. In these 3 days, he read and relaxed, and whenever he was in the mood, he would pull Yuan Lu and Natalie over to fool around. The fear of the future and the constant uncertainty was tossed to one side as he focused on resting. After the 3 days, his body had recovered to its peak condition, reaching a state that far surpassed his previous self. Inside his study, he opened his eyes as 2 bright lights gleamed. "My strength has now been restored, and the time for relaxation is over. There has not been any news from the headquarters. I can't afford to wait. Time to bring the people away. In these 3 days, he had been awaiting news from the headquarters of the human resistance while resting. However, there had not been any news. He had thus decided to stop waiting. At this time, Gene 2 suddenly came in, reporting, Lord, an order has just been given. We are to deploy our troops towards Sector CBV 56. Yu Zhong's eyes brightened as he ordered. Oh, finally, send 2,000 elites towards there immediately. The human resistance would definitely make a big move, and before leaving, Yu Zhong wanted to see what it was. If he could capture one of the officials, it would be the best. That way, he could easily work his way towards gaining the entire human population of Galistar. 2,000 elites were quickly gathered, and under Yu Zhong's lead, they went through many tunnels, heading for the outside. Sector CBV 56 was a desert region, and when Yu Zhong's group reached, they discovered that there was a huge army camp already set up there. Inside the camp, there were numerous human soldiers busy with setting up concealment. In fact, most of the structures were hidden within the sand. If it were not for a large number of soldiers patrolling, it was hard to discover an army camp here. Yu Zhong's troop of 2,000 was extremely eye-catching, and soon, a small troop came to receive them. The leader was a man with a yellowed-out uniform, his stature small, but he had an aura of superiority. He came forward and laughed warmly. I'm a leader of City 46. Chuhi, everyone must be a brother from City 67. Who is Brother Zhong Tong? Gene 2 stepped forward. I'm Gene 2. City Mayor Zhong Tong had fallen not too long ago when he took on a Type 5 mutant beast. I'm currently the leader. Yu Zhong was standing beside Gene 2, passing off as an ordinary guard, watching on quietly. Gene 2 was also from the upper echelon in City 67, his name within the database. Thus, getting him to be the leader would be better than actually revealing Yu Zhong. Chewie pointed to a burly man beside him, who had huge earrings and dyed hair, looking like some hooligan, and introduced, So your brother Gene Tuesday. This is the city mayor of City 32, Luo Zhida. Since our 3 cities are together, let's get to know one another better, and when the fight happens, we can cooperate better. Luo Zhida replied somewhat indifferently, Hey. Gene 2 frowned as well, replying back coldly, Hey. Chewie then brought the group towards 2 other troops. This the area that headquarters has designated for you. The 2,000 elites of Yu Zhong then began to work on the construction assigned to them. The 2,000 elites of City 67 had already been through countless battles in the desert, and they were experienced, quickly completing their work. As the ordinary soldiers worked, Gene 2 and the other commanders gathered together, exchanging information. Inside the command center, Gene 2 asked Chuhi, this time, headquarters seem to be deploying so many troops. Do you know the reason? We have to understand our enemy or objective right. Luo Zhida, whose arms were around 2 hot babes, also pricked up his ears. Chuhi seemed to hesitate before replying slowly, I also only got this from conversations along the way. This time, our target is a beast horde that seems to have a Type 7 mutant beast. When they heard this, Gene 2 and Luo Zhida turned pale. What? Type 7 mutant beast? Chapter 1080, Mutant Lizard Horde. Chapter 1080, Mutant Lizard Horde. Yu Zhong's face also twitched slightly when he heard this. What were Type 7 mutant beasts? On Earth, such an existence would already be invincible, capable of destroying countries and gathering countless savage minions. Even on this planet, where experts were rampant, a Type 7 mutant beast was still a dangerous existence. A Type 7 mutant beast could actually destroy most human troops. Even with the 20,000 elite soldiers gathered here, it was not a guarantee they could take on a Type 7 mutant. Instead, should the Type 7 mutant beast get riled up, the 20,000 elite soldiers would likely be wiped out. Luo Zhida's FCE turned steely as he stood up, barking out, How could we have a chance against a Type 7 mutant beast? We from City 32 will not be staying on. Farewell. Chewie chuckled. Hee hee, Brother Luo, the headquarters have tabs on our location. There are also countless experts on their side. If you follow their orders, then even if you lose, you can continue to be a mayor and enjoy your luxuries. However, if you choose not to do so, then not only would you be executed, all your loved ones will become slaves to others. I'll just leave these words. If you still want to leave, by all means. I won't stop you. When Luo Zhida heard this, his countenance turned ugly. In the end, he heaved a long sigh and sank back into the sofa. He raised a glass of wine, gulping it in one mouth. He chose to sacrifice the brothers of his City 32 just so he could continue living a good life. The headquarters have been able to gather all the peak experts on Galistar. At the same time, they had the technology and ability to suppress any of the bases and cities. After all, they were the ones that designated the leaders of each city. They just had to deploy an elite troop, and it would be more than enough to wipe out any of the forces. It was because of the strength of the headquarters that so far, none of the leaders had dared harbor the thought of rebelling. They could only rely on their slave trafficking to obtain more benefits from the headquarters. Under such disturbing circumstances, the headquarters of the human resistance on Galistar grew stronger, while the subsidiary cities became weaker and the number of experts grew lesser. A Type 5 powerhouse was already considered invincible in each city. At this time, there was an intelligence officer within the command center that shouted out with a pale face, "Sir, the enemies are here. There are so many mutant lizards." Jean 2 and the rest had sharp glints in their gazes as they swiveled to face the displays. On the monitors, there was a dense horde of mutant lizards packed tightly as they galloped over, raising dust in their wake. Even within the command center, everyone could feel the tremors of the ground. At the same time, it was increasing in intensity. In the skies above the desert, there was a silver battleship that extended out its particle cannons. Inside the control room of that battleship, there were 6 men and 2 women standing quietly, dressed in silver uniform, with a scarlet line tattooed on their right shoulders. They were all good-looking and young, exuding a proud aura. They were a new generation of talents raised by the headquarters. The leader was a young, handsome man with a muscular physique and long hair tied up in a ponytail. He spoke coldly, issuing an order, "Convey my orders, commence the assault." This particular leader was called Lu Qua, and he was the commander of this operation. The moment he gave the order, it was transmitted to the various departments who had been waiting. The various channels of communications in the commander center began to buzz. Colonel Lu Qua had given the orders, "Immediately commence assault. Targets are the mobile mutant lizards." The human organization on planet Galistar followed a military system, and most of the city mayors were only at the rank of lieutenants, and they had to obey any command given from the headquarters. After receiving Lu Qua's orders, the various city mayors began relaying instructions to attack. In an instant, various particle cannons, ray guns, Gauss rifles, and other weapons emerged from the sand. The moment those weapons emerged, they began firing wildly at the approaching horde of mutant lizards. One particular 8M, long Type 3 mutant lizard was running, and when the numerous beams struck it, its head was blasted full of holes, as fresh blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Its corpse then slumped to the ground. Under the attack of the advanced weaponry, many Type 3 and Type 4 mutant lizards were torn apart, dying with their bodies riddled with holes. As for those Type 5 ones, their scales were strong and suffered lesser. Only under enough attacks could they be taken out. Then there were the 16 Type 6 mutant lizards. They continued to charge through as though the attacks did not affect them. The numerous beams only served to cause superficial wounds, which recovered within a breath's time. The 16 Type 6 mutant lizards were like 16 undefeatable tanks as they charged right through, slamming through the structures built by the human resistance. As they got close, they would swing their tails and destroy many of the automatic weapons. These 16 mutant lizards were adept at digging holes, casually slashing with their claws, and dug out huge holes. Their tongues would then shoot in and wrap around the unfortunate soldiers hidden within the sand. Their jaws then clamped shut as human flesh and blood splattered out in a gruesome manner. Luo Zhida saw his subordinates being slaughtered by a Type 6 mutant lizard and felt an intense anguish as he roared into his telecommunications, "Kill it! Kill it! Focus your fire to kill it!" At that moment, 300 laser cannons turned to aim at the Type 6 mutant lizards, and they fired out in a bright flash as 300 beams slammed into the Type 6 mutant lizards. 300 laser guns enveloped the body of the Type 6 mutant lizard, covering it entirely. Luo Zhida felt his heart in his mouth as he eyed the flashes of light, wondering, is it dead? Before the radiance dimmed, the gigantic mutant lizard burst out, charging towards the source of the beams, and swung its tail viciously. In an instant, many of the laser cannons were destroyed. With a slash of its claws, the structures were demolished, and it quickly stuck out its tongue to consume the numerous soldiers within. Invincible. Those 16 Type 6 mutant lizards were definitely undefeatable. On the battlefield, the miserable human screams continued to ring out as fear and despair welled up in their hearts. The Type 6 mutant beasts were not existences they could stand up against. The weapons they had were just not adequate to even injure them in the slightest. At the same time, there was a terrifying Type 7 mutant lizard over a 1 kilometer in length within the Horde. This particular Type 7 mutant beast had a huge 5 m long gash at its tail, and it seemed to be infected with some poison as the wound was festering, emitting a strong stench while pus oozed out from it. Originally, such a wound would have taken just minutes to heal. However, it was currently extremely slow. Seeing that beast, the people in the command center were extremely pale, their hearts filled with despair. The Type 6 mutant lizards were already beyond their ability. With the appearance of the Type 7 mutant beast, it had become even more impossible. Only Zhong saw that Type 7 mutant beast and felt a sense of heated excitement. Great, there's an injured Type 7 mutant beast over here. As long as I can kill it, then its life force, on top of the treasures I've gained from the Mech Kingdom, will be able to propel my strength by another minor realm. It got increasingly harder for biological life forms to evolve the stronger they got. The life force of a Type 7 mutant beast would be more than a Type 8 powerhouse. However, for Zhong, even killing this particular beast might be insufficient for him. He needed to complement it with the resources he obtained from the Mech Kingdom to achieve a breakthrough. Zhong looked at the display, showing the battleship floating in the skies, and thought silently, they should be making a move, right? Otherwise, these soldiers would be wiped out soon. Currently, the 3 cities' forces that were engaging the mutant beasts were already showing signs of collapse. Many of the soldiers piloting their own mech were trying to crawl out of the sand dunes, fleeing for their lives. If the experts in the skies were still not willing to act, then this battle would be for naught. Chapter 1081. The Powerful Type 7 Mutant Lizard. Chapter 1081. The Powerful Type 7 Mutant Lizard. In the skies, Luke was swept a look towards the crumbling human soldiers, his eyes filled with a hint of tease, as though he was enjoying the futile struggle of ants. Bunch of trash. However, these fellows do have some use. Do it. After that, Lu Kuo and the rest of his subordinates turned around as they headed downwards. Soon, 8 human-like mechs of over 10 m flew out from the battleship. At the same time, the originally silent battleship began to activate its A-grade particle cannons and fired them out, blasting at the Type 6 mutant beasts. In a breath, one of the Type 6 was punched full of holes. Fresh blood flowed, as it became riddled with injuries. Making use of that opportunity, one of the human-shaped mechs descended down, appearing in front of the injured Type 6 mutant beast in a flash. The laser blade in its hands then sliced through the head of the Type 6 mutant lizard, directly turning the brain into mush. With the brain destroyed, the Type 6 mutant beast struggled a while before turning into a corpse. Inside the command center, Zhong looked at how the mech user killed the Type 6 mutant beast and applauded silently, strong. The blade that could pierce through the Type 6 mutant beast meant that the pilot already had a grasp of the weak points of the Type 6 mutant beasts, striking at the critical areas. Hong, 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 Hong. Another mech had a pair of wings, as well as 4 A-grade particle cannons, 2 at its shoulders, 2 at its waist, as it routed around another Type 6 mutant lizard and fired at it. With each beam that struck the head of the Type 6 mutant lizard accurately, there would be an additional bloody wound. Under the continuous assault, the Type 6 mutant lizard struggled frantically before its brain was vaporized. The performance of the other 6 mechs was also outstanding, as they continued to weave through the Horde and cooperated in attacking the various Type 6 mutant beasts. Although each beast was strong and reacted quickly, they could not do anything about the mechs. Zhong eyed the mechs in the skies and had an understanding. So this is the case. No wonder those fellows dare to target the Type 7 mutant beast. While the combat strength of the Type 6 mutant beasts was terrifying and their movement speed fast, on top of their immense defense and strength, they could not fly. Hence, they were helpless against the mechs, and the situation was within the control of the human resistance. Seeing how the Type 6 subordinates were being slaughtered by the flying mechs, the Type 7 mutant lizard became infuriated and charged forward with all its speed. In an instant, the entire ground trembled and a dust storm gathered. The Type 7 mutant lizard appeared in front of one of the close combat mechs and swung its tail madly, slamming into the mech. The pilot of that mech turned pale as he struggled and tried to control the mech to dodge one side. The tail of the Type 7 mutant beast was traveling at a speed 8 times that of sound. It tore through space and slammed into the mech with the might of Mount Tai. Under the powerful strike, the mech was instantly turned into scrap metal, as parts flew everywhere, while the human pilot became minced meat. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Lu Kuo roared out, as he piloted his mech that had a pair of eagle wings as it shot towards the skies. The remaining 5 mechs also soared into the sky, evading the Type 7 mutant lizard. The mechs they were using were just Type 6 machines, and in front of the Type 7 mutant lizard they were too weak. A single strike from the beast could kill them all. Eyeing the fleeing mechs, the Type 7 mutant lizard turned around and opened its huge jaws, firing out its tongue at the skies, and managed to catch onto one of them. There was a look of despair in the eyes of the pilot as he screamed out, "No! No!" In that instant, the tongue brought the mech towards the mouth of the Type 7 mutant lizard, and its jaws came crushing down, turning both the mech and pilot into mince parts. The remaining 6 pilots saw this and quickly flashed away, their faces full of shock and fear. Lu Kuo eyed the pilot below and thought with a pale expression, "What a terrifying Type 7 mutant beast." The pilots had originally thought that with their innate strength, as well as the mechs, they could slowly injure the Type 7 mutant lizard, given enough time and energy. They had never imagined the combat strength of the Type 7 mutant lizard to be beyond their imagination and lost a comrade in a moment of carelessness. The 6 mechs soared up into the skies while utilizing their ranged weapons to fire at the Type 7 mutant beast. In the skies, the battleship was also concentrating its fire, shooting multiple beams down at the Type 7 mutant beast. Countless particle and laser beams slammed at the mutant lizard. In response, the Type 7 mutant beast lifted its tail, blocking its injuries, as the beams struck its scales and were dissipated. After all, only the A-grade particle beams could pierce through its scales just barely, but not deal much damage to its flesh. However, in that instant, the Type 7 mutant beast's injuries were already recovering at the speed visible to the naked eye. Unless there were 50 A-grade battleships concentrating fire on it, one was not enough to deal any damage to the tyrannical beast. At this time, all of a sudden, there was a huge cloud that appeared in the distance, moving towards them. They were formed of numerous mutant birds, and a leader of them was a huge aerial beast that was over 1 kilometer in length, its wingspan over 2 kilometers, and it had a Wyrm head, a crocodile body, emitting a terrifying aura. Inside the command center, when Zhong saw the huge beast covering the skies, his face turned ugly. Not good. This is a mutant bird horde. We have to take care of the Type 7 mutant lizard, otherwise, if they join hands, it will be a problem. At that moment, although he originally intended to watch from the side, he quickly vanished and reappeared in the distance. As for the rest who were in the command center, they were focused on the sudden appearance of the mutant birds, their eyes filled with despair and fear. No one knew that Zhong had disappeared. Lu Kuo was battling, while frantically shouting orders. Quick! 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 Go all out! Wipe it out! With all our power! He was getting anxious. If they had no way of dealing with the Type 7 mutant lizard, then this mission was a failure. There would not be anything to gain. Although they had already cleared a few Type 6 mutant lizards, they had no way of retrieving the cores, nor did they dare to. However, regardless of how much Lu Kuo urged, no matter how much the battleship is trying to fire, it was not enough to deal with the Type 7 mutant lizard. All of a sudden, there was a figure that traversed through the cannon fire, pouncing towards the Type 7 mutant lizard. It was precisely Zhong. The reaction speed of the Type 7 mutant lizard was extremely fast, as its eyes flashed dangerously, and it twisted its huge mouth to fire its tongue at him. Fool! Zhong looked at the tongue, and his eyes flashed with a look of ridicule. He then pulled out his B-grade particle cannon. At the next instant, a number of particle beams fired at its mouth. The particle beam pierced through the tongue of the Type 7 mutant lizard, going through its head, and the blood splattered everywhere. The particle cannon of Zhong was slightly small. If it were the size of the cannons on the battleships, it would definitely blast its head apart. The weapon in his hands was only enough to cause a 20 centimeters hole. To a human, such a wound would be fatal, life-threatening even. However, to the Type 7 mutant lizard, it was as though someone had used a needle to pierce its head. It was not a huge injury, but it was enough to rile it with pain and agony. Chapter 1082, The Mighty Zhong. Chapter 1082, The Mighty Zhong. The eyes of the Type 7 mutant lizard flashed dangerously as it pounced towards Zhong. Get down! Zhong's eyes flashed coldly and stepped forward, appearing on top of the head of the Type 7 mutant lizard in a breath. He then slapped down viciously, sending a powerful strike at its head. Huh! With a loud sound, the head of the huge monster was sent into the ground with an earth-shaking quake. This scene was like seeing a small ant sending a huge elephant to the ground. It was truly shocking. Lu Kuo saw this, and his mouth opened wide, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could a person treat a Type 7 mutant beast this way? Is he still human? What was a Type 7 mutant beast? It was an invincible creature, which even their battleships could not do anything against. Such a fearsome beast, which strength surpassed even some Type 8 powerhouses and could easily destroy mountains, was actually defeated by a human, with a single slap at that. Zhong's might was truly beyond what he could imagine. What the hell was that? Is that a human? Inside one of the mechs, the beautiful female pilot looked at Zhong's back, her eyes filled with shock, curiosity, and a hint of reverence. That was insane. To think there's such an expert. Who the hell is he? Chui looked at Zhong floating in the sky, his heart filled with shock, as he gasped towards Jean 2. Brother Jean 2, is that your subordinate Zhong? How is he so strong? So strong. This is definitely a strength above the Type 7 realm. Our city lord is truly too powerful. Jean 2 eyed the state of the Type 7 mutant lizard, and his eyes were filled with fervent idolization and pride. Facing Chu he smiled mysteriously, not saying anything. He did not know what Zhong was intending, thus, he did not take the initiative to say anything. Luo Zhide looked at Zhong, his expression lost. Impossible. Impossible. How could a human be this strong? Without any external equipment or help, how could a human reach such a level? After sending the mutant lizard into the ground, Zhong had an icy look as his right fist formed countless afterimages, revealing over 100 palms as he struck out at the Type 7 mutant lizard. Under Zhong's frenzied assault, the Type 7 mutant lizard was pummeled mercilessly, its brain almost disintegrating as it spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, slumping to the ground a dead corpse. Have I become so strong after my evolution? Zhong stared at the corpse that was a result of his own flesh physique and rejoiced in his heart as he had a sudden urge to roar towards the skies in triumph. When the Type 7 mutant lizard was killed by Zhong, the huge amount of life force was absorbed into his heart. Zhong had taken a lot of natural resources, and his current internal strength was amassed to a certain breaking point. After absorbing the huge life force of the Type 7 mutant lizard, it caused the gold god-devil nucleus in his mind to release a huge amount of gold energy, coursing through his body, transforming him from within, strengthening his blood towards a godly state. At the same time, Zhong could sense a strange knowledge filling his sea of knowledge, containing some sacred, yet at the same time evil, strong force. Amidst the force, there was the wondrous sense of domain. After accepting the new profound knowledge, Zhong comprehended a new domain, one of a higher-tier god-devil domain. This was the domain of someone possessing the god-devil body, and it was the strongest domain possible. Currently, on the battlefield, almost everyone was staring wide-eyed with shock at Zhong. He was stepping atop the mighty Type 7 mutant lizard, which was seemed dead and immobile beneath his feet. It was an unbelievable scene. In the air, Lu Kuo stared at Zhong with a contorted expression, his heart filled with jealousy. He was a true favorite of the heavens and was the best mech pilot, the future hope of humanity. To think there was someone even more outstanding than him, more radiant and eye-catching, he naturally could not stomach it. At that moment, he gave a maniacal order, attack. Kill him for me. He must be a spy from the Mech kingdom. As he was the commander of the human resistance, his orders had to be obeyed. In an instant, the numerous beams shot down from the battleship. Just before they struck, Zhong opened his eyes, and with a thought, the atmospheric energy around him congealed into a shield. A Type 7 powerhouse possessed the ability to manipulate the atmospheric energy, and even when Zhong was at the peak of the Type 7 realm, he had already made use of the knowledge gained to control the energy, surpassing even some Type 8 powerhouses. Each of his strikes and movements carried an insurmountable might. Under the rain of laser beams, the shield seemed to be struck with ripples, and barely after a second, it collapsed and disintegrated. The beams then struck Zhong, causing it to disintegrate as well. Lu Kuo's eyes were filled with shock as he twisted around to search. That was an afterimage. Where's his true body? At that moment, Zhong had already transcended space to appear in front of him, his gaze icy as he pointed at the cockpit. You dare attack me? Go to hell. A terrifying amount of atmospheric energy transformed into a line that pierced through the mech, blasting towards Lu Kuo's head. Watching his own mech crumple under Zhong's attack, Lu Kuo was filled with despair, and as the line of energy was about to pierce through his head, a bright light shone from his body, transforming into a white shield, blocking in front of him. Dang! Following a loud sound, Zhong's atmospheric energy strike was actually blocked by the shield. Having barely escaped death, Lu Kuo screamed out shrilly with a pale face. Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? I'm Colonel Lu Kuo, son of General Lu Cheng. You dare make a move on me? You'll be going against all of humanity. If you were to surrender now and submit to me, I can recommend you to my father and help you get a decent position. This is a C-grade defensive equipment. Even Type 8 powerhouses will not be able to pierce through them. You won't be able to kill me. Let go of the colonel. Scram. Seeing Lu Kuo in danger, the rest of the mechs quickly shot towards them frantically. One of them directly adjusted his cannons and aimed all 4 Grade A particle cannons at Zhong and fired. The one with the wings also shot over and appeared in front of Zhong and slashed down viciously. Just die already. Zhong frowned and slapped out casually as the catching dragon claw grabbed out at the mechs, directly crushing them with a squeeze. An energy shield appeared, and the 4 beams slammed into the shield. Both sides met and clashed without any way of hitting him. You think that you can block me with just this? Break! Zhong glared at Lu Kuo, and his eyes flashed coldly. He reappeared in front of him, and his right fist brought with it a powerful might, enveloped with his Do Chi as it slammed into the C-grade energy shield. Dang! Following an earth-shattering roar, the C-grade shield became dented as it started to vibrate, on the verge of dissipating. However, it was not a C-grade shield for nothing and managed to withstand the Type 8 strength of Zhong. After reaching the peak of the Type 7 realm, Zhong's physique had already exceeded ordinary Type 8 experts, and his combat strength was on another level. Dang! 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 With a flurry of powerful blasts, Zhong continued to slam over 100 fists into the C-grade shield as it trembled violently before finally breaking apart. He then shot forwards and shot Lu Kuo a glance, his gaze icy, as he pointed out with his finger. A beam of energy shot through his eyebrows, killing him immediately. When Lu Kuo died, there was still shock and despair in his eyes. He had not imagined that he would die here. With a wave of his hands, Zhong then retrieved the white plate in Lu Kuo's hands, and he took a good look at it, noticing that there was a Type 6 nucleus in it. Beside the nucleus, there were many runes engraved on it. Zhong's eyes widened in shock. This is a strange treasure, producing a shield capable of blocking a Type 8 powerhouse, with only the power of a Type 6 nucleus. If more powerful nuclei were utilized, the shield would be of a higher grade. Chapter 1083, Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King. Chapter 1083, Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King. Lu Kuo is dead. What do we do? With his death, we're going to be buried with him. It's over. Seeing Lu Kuo's death, the remaining 4 mech pilots turned pale with fear, their gazes filled with despair. Lu Kuo had a huge background, the son of one of the 12 generals back at headquarters. Now that he had died at Zhong's hands, unless they killed Zhong, they would die if they went back empty-handed. However, with their strength, it was impossible to kill Zhong. Having evolved to the peak of the Type 7 realm, Zhong could control the atmosphere and strengthen himself to attack his enemies, protect his body, preventing physical as well as elemental attacks. He was almost like the gods of the legends. Even if the 4 of them charged forth together, he could slap them into pieces with a single slap. The commander in the A-grade battleship stared at Zhong below with fear, not daring to give the order to attack. The difference between Zhong and the Type 7 mutant lizard was that Zhong could fly. In fact, his flying speed was terrifying. On this planet Galistar, his speed was already beyond the speed of sound. He could easily fly above the mech and destroy it. Zhong's gaze was blazing as he swept them a look. The pilots trembled, their hands slick with sweat, and they stayed still, not daring to move. Zhong's gaze suddenly turned towards the distance, noticing the huge horde of aerial mutant beasts in the distance already flying over. Evacuate! Seeing Zhong's gaze being distracted, the next highest in command barked out once, piloting his mech towards the battleship in the sky. The other 3 also quickly soared up, trying their best to flee. You want to flee? I'll make one of you stay. Zhong eyed the 4 of them, his gaze cold, as he grasped out with his dragon-catching claw. The dragon-shaped energy grabbed onto the lead mech, pulling him directly towards Zhong. He then pointed at the mech, and its frame was crushed and destroyed by an unseen force. At the same time, the pilot was sucked towards Zhong. The helmet was wearing a gray helmet and a black biomechanical enhanced suit, and there were mounds at the chest area, while the waist was slim. This was obviously a female pilot. Female. Zhong swept the female pilot a look and did not care. He just wanted one alive, regardless of their gender. A line of energy wrapped around the pilot, tying her up securely, dragging her about 5 m behind Zhong. Type 7 powerhouses could control the atmosphere already, and it was a technique that only those with a flesh physique could comprehend. While the Type 7 mechs had terrifying firepower and strong physiques, they did not have the ability to control the atmosphere. An ordinary Type 7 powerhouse was enough to be a god figure in the pre-apocalypse Earth, invincible, and it would not be an issue to control the entire Earth. Having reached the peak of the Type 7 realm, Zhong was capable of doing all sorts of things. With a thought, he could easily stare a Type 2 expert to death. If he were to execute his art of fear with his overbearing aura, anybody of the Type 2 realm and below would be instantly frightened to death. Seeing the humans intending to escape from the region, the leader of the aerial mutant beasts, with a wingspan of over 2 kilometers, a Wyrm head, crocodile body, emitting an aura of a sky hegemon, roared out with a thunder-like voice. "Are you trying to escape, puny humans? You dare to hunt the subordinates of this seat, the Wyrm-Crocodile King. Today all of you shall die." The words of the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King had just fallen as it flapped its wings, causing a huge source of energy to shroud around it. It then disappeared and reappeared mysteriously in front of the battleship, slamming into it. Honk! With a huge roar, the energy shield of the battleship was destroyed, and the entire battleship began to break apart under the assault of the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile. It then exploded in a huge blast. The explosion then consumed everything within the blast radius, and everyone it was killed instantly. The female pilot saw the battleship destroyed, and her face turned pale, her eyes filled with despair. Type 8 mutant beast, we're finished. There's no hope. We're going to die. Hearing the voice of the Wyrm-Crocodile King, everyone within the command center had a look of despair. Chewie's voice turned pale, full of despair. Type 8 mutant beast. Damn it. We're dead. We're all dead. Luojida's face was also ashen as he muttered, "Type 8 mutant beast. How the hell did we provoke such a behemoth?" A Type 7 mutant beast was already almost undefeatable to humans. A Type 8 mutant beast was 10 times more terrifying and had the intelligence not lower than humans. Every move of theirs was able to topple mountains and move the seas. Although there were close to 10,000 elite soldiers in this desert, against the Type 8 mutant beast, even if all of them were killed, no one would be able to deal significant damage to the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King. After it had destroyed the battleship, the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King flew out from the explosion without a single injury on it. It then turned around, staring at Zhong as though it was staring at an ant, declaring in contempt, "Human, kneel and submit to this seat. Become my slave, and you may live on. Otherwise, I will crush you like an ant. This merciful seat can allow you to be my slave. It is your honor." The voice of the Wyrm-Crocodile rang out like thunder, causing the female pilot behind Zhong to turn pale and spit out blood from the pressure. Zhong's eyes had a look of sarcasm as he spoke back. "Just based on you, this huge flying cockroach? I'm just lacking some guard dogs, and you seem suitable. You can kneel yourself and plead. I can lower my standards to take you in. Otherwise, don't blame me later if I tear you apart and turn you into my puppet." The female pilot looked at Zhong in disbelief. Is this human insane? When the Wyrm-Crocodile heard Zhong's ridicule, its eyes flashed with ferocity and savagery. Good. It's the first time I've seen a human this arrogant. When I capture you, I will tear you limb from limb and let you experience the pain that you've never felt before. Under the enraged roar, the mutant beast then flapped its wings and channeled a strong current as it flashed forwards, slamming towards Zhong viciously. Slamming was one of its trump moves, as its body weighed over a few million tons. A single body slam was like an entire mountain. Even a powerhouse of the same realm would be turned into a pile of mashed meat under such an attack. The physique of a Type 8 mutant beast was its strongest weapon. With its body alone, it could cause earth-shattering devastation. Facing that attack, Zhong channeled his energy to send the female pilot towards the ground, while he stepped out, using his left hand to channel Yin, his right to channel Yang, and the atmospheric energy of a few kilometers around distorted, converging on his hands. He then slapped out as a level 6 yin-yang palm shot out towards the Wyrm-Crocodile King. After reaching the peak of Type 7, Zhong's innate potential had risen once more, thus comprehending the 6th level of the yin-yang palm, raising its might to 64 times. The powerful yin-yang palm slammed out on the body of the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King. Hong! A mighty shockwave blasted outwards in all directions, as the yin-yang palm broke apart, while the Type 8 mutant beast was sent knocked back over a few kilometers itself. Being beaten back, the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King had an incredulous look as it roared out, "Impossible! Impossible! How can a mere human at the Type 7 level be able to push me back? Impossible!" In terms of physique, a Type 8 mutant beast was usually stronger than even a Type 9 human powerhouse. Thus, the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King was in disbelief that it could be matched by a mere human. In the command center, Chu-Hee's mouth was agape, as he muttered, "Strong. This still. Human? How could he be so strong?" Luojita was also shocked silent, forcing a Type 8 mutant beast back. This is a human. Could he be one of the gods of legends? Everyone within the command center had similar thoughts as they stared at Zhong in the sky, as though he was a god. Chapter 1084, The Might of the God-Devil Domain. Chapter 1084, The Might of the God-Devil Domain. Zhong frowned at the sight of the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King being knocked back a few kilometers. A Type 8 mutant beast is truly terrifying. Even after taking the strongest hit of mine, it is actually not injured. Truly a monster. The level 6 yin-yang palm was considered the strongest technique of Zhong's. If it was utilized against a Type 8 mech, it would definitely be able to crush their bodies. However, against the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King, it only sent it flying. Strong. Human, I've underestimated you. Your strength is something to behold. However, regardless of your strength, you're just a human at the end of the day. If you were a Type 8 powerhouse, I would have turned and fled. However, since you're just a Type 7 powerhouse, today will be the day you die. No one can save you. Now, I shall show you the true terror of a Type 8 expert. There was a fierce glint in its eyes, as it eyed Zhong with a gaze filled with killing intent. This human was just a Type 7 expert, and yet he could clash against it with his own physique, causing it to be wary and taken aback. The Type 8 mutant beast then sucked in a deep breath as the atmospheric energy converged and entered its body. In that instant, within an area of over 10 li, the clouds rolled and winds blew strong. It seemed as though there was a devil present, as the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King emitted a powerful aura, becoming even more terrifying. Zhong frowned and stepped forward, flying towards the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King. Not good. I can't let him gather his strength. In a breath, he had appeared in front of the mutant beast. Go to hell. The Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King opened its eyes, filled with a vicious glint as it began to harness a powerful wind energy that seemed capable of tearing the world apart. With it at the center, it then shot it all out at Zhong. At that split second, countless wind blades sliced into Zhong's body. In the midst of those wind blades, Zhong continued to slam out his fists against the incoming blades, and under his assault, the wind blades continued to be broken apart. Even so, the wind blades continued to slice at him, and his second-order god-devil body that was impervious to most physical attacks still suffered some wounds, some so deep that blood flowed freely and his bones could be seen. If it continued, it was likely that he could be sliced up into many pieces. The seemingly infinite number of wind blades was an innate ability of the Wyrm-Crocodile King, using his ability and comprehension of wind laws to execute. Even a Type 9 powerhouse would be injured under those wind blades. A Type 8 mutant beast is truly outstanding, not something that can be easily dealt with. Thankfully, it has not comprehended any domain. Otherwise, I can only choose to flee. Amidst the flurry of wind blades, Zhong's gaze turned resolute, and with a thought, he immediately activated the strongest trump card which he had recently comprehended, the God Devil domain. In that instant, a vast and powerful golden energy swarmed out, filled with mightiness, sacredness, along with an evil, insidious, and dark black energy. One was on the right and the other on the left, as they radiated out of Zhong, forming two distinct domains. Within the golden domain, it was filled with light, holiness, and beauty, as though there was angels and life abundant in there. In contrast, the dark domain was filled with endless horrors and ugly demons, releasing hatred, devilish curses, and evil. The moment the God Devil domain appeared, the wind blades within a certain region were all dissolved, no longer dealing any damage. The Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King saw its wind blades being consumed and was not able to move in its shock. Domain. What domain is this? Why is it so tyrannical? The Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King had come across a Type 8 powerhouse with a domain before, and it had relied on its powerful innate ability to best the opponent. However, this Zhong and his domain had been able to break apart the wind blades without a shred of injury. Thus, it was filled shock and disbelief. Zhong glanced at the tornado of wind blades, his eyes flashing coldly, and he began to traverse through it freely, with the God Devil domain protecting him, absorbing any wind blade that got too close. In an instant, Zhong had appeared in front of the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King, his God Devil domain expanding out and enveloping the mutant beast as well. When it was pulled in, the evil and violent domain began to invade its body. The numerous devils, monsters, freaks, and evil entities pounced onto the body of the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King and began to bite into it. One particular devil with a row of sharp teeth and a black horn bit viciously on the body of the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile, tearing apart the scale and immediately injecting some evil energy into the wound, preventing the wound from healing. Within a breath of time, the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile was riddled with injuries, and it was not for its scales being tough. It might have truly been bitten to death. Break for me! The Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King began to roar out frantically, channeling its innate ability, as the wind blades appeared once more, slicing into the various devils and evil beings within the domain, tearing them apart. However, the dark entities just reformed and continued to pounce onto it. Damn it! The eyes of the Wyrm-Crocodile King flashed violently, as it flapped its wings and conjured countless wind blades that surrounded it as it slammed into the border of the domain as violently as it could. Zhong was just a peak Type 7 powerhouse, and his God Devil domain only enveloped a region of 3 kilometers. Once the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King could charge right through, then it was possible to escape. At that moment, the mutant beast slammed violently into the edge of the devil side of the domain. Under its attack, the devil side of the domain trembled violently, as though it were on the verge of collapse. Since it did not succeed on the first try, it continued to slam into the domain violently, shaking it up as it threatened to collapse. The God Devil domain was incredibly powerful and profound. If it were any other powerhouse of the same realm, they would be trapped and rendered helpless. However, while the Wyrm-Crocodile King might not have any domain, it was still one of the most savage and fiercest of the entire mutant beast horde. Its combat strength was on another level, enabling it to defeat other Type 8 powerhouses who had comprehended domain. Therefore, it was not so easy to defeat it. Had Zhong not evolved and comprehended the God Devil domain, It was impossible for him to be a match for the Wyrm-Crocodile King. What a terrifying fellow! Zhong gazed at the struggling Wyrm-Crocodile King, and his eyes flashed as he stepped into the god side of the domain. Instantly, the angels, holy servants, saint women and men as well, all began to sing out in beautiful hymns. Zhong was enveloped by that powerful, godly energy as it entered him and rose his strength to the initial stage of the Type 8 realm. The Devil domain could envelop and invade to wear down an enemy's strength, while the God domain could erase all afflictions and strengthen the user, imbue him or her with all sorts of power. The difference between the initial Type 8 realm and peak Type 7 realm was more than just 20 times, and only a precious treasure could enable a Type 7 powerhouse to possess the strength of a Type 8. With a flip of Zhong's hand, the powerful heaven-piercing bow appeared in his hands. He pulled once with all his strength, congealing the surrounding Type 8 energy into the ancient and archaic bow. A dense energy appeared at the tip, seemingly capable of destroying anything. The moment the dark arrow was formed, the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King felt a sense of crisis, as though its death was imminent. It turned around, only to see the devastating arrow blasting towards it. No! It let out a roar of despair. At the same time, the arrow blasted onto its head. At the next moment, a 15 large hole appeared on its head, as blood flowed out profusely. The various evil entities pounced onto the body and continued to bite on its body ferociously. It was especially so at the huge, bloody wound, where many of the devils tried to burrow in. The Type 8 mutant beast life form was extremely resilient. Even with such a grievous injury, it was not yet dead. Instead, it continued to struggle violently, channeling its innate ability to kill those monsters. However, since it was injured, its strength had diminished greatly, and it could not exude a might as powerful as before. Chapter 1085, Invincible. Chapter 1085, Invincible. Zhong took a step out and disappeared from the God domain, reappearing on top the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King in the next instant, slamming a fist into its head. Following a terrifying explosive sound, the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King shot down from the sky, slamming into the edge of the domain as its precious blood flowed out. With a thought, Zhong channeled his blood manipulation ability as the huge amount of Type 8 mutant beast blood was absorbed forcibly, weakening the Wyrm-Crocodile King even further. He threw one more punch to injure the Wyrm-Crocodile King further, before flying up towards its head. Fool, since you dare get close, you can go to hell. There was a savage glint in the eyes of the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King, as it opened its huge jaws to fire out its tongue at a speed 20 times faster than that of sound. The gravity of Galistar was 100 times more than Earth. Even a Type 8 powerhouse would only be at about 2 or 3 times faster than sound here. It seemed impossible for anyone to be able to defend against that strike from the Wyrm-Crocodile King. The stupid one is you. In this god-devil domain, I am invincible. Zhong laughed coldly as he disappeared and allowed the tongue to slice through his afterimage. Within the domain, Zhong could teleport as he wished, appearing anywhere he willed. In order to defeat Zhong, it would require absolute strength, for example, the domain of a Type 9 powerhouse. Only then could it be possible to deal with him. Within a short time, Zhong reappeared atop the head of the Wyrm-Crocodile King, his right fist blasting out like shadows at its head. The mutant beast was pummeled by over 100 fists, its head slamming into the edge of the domain, its precious blood essence being absorbed furiously. Right at this time, the rest of the huge aerial mutant beasts arrived. Seeing their king being suppressed by Zhong, they all charged towards the domain with sharp shrieks. Unfortunately, the moment they entered the domain, they were assaulted by the devilish energy, and anything below the Type 5 realm directly lost their consciousness and dropped to the ground. They were either torn apart or plummeted to their deaths. The other mutant beasts of the Type 5 and Type 6 realms were likewise assaulted by the dark energy. Although they could barely resist, their strength was still reduced to barely 20%. At that moment, they were then assaulted by the demons. The two leaders of the group were two Type 7 mutant birds, one a Type 7 green-scaled falcon, with an innate ability of wind. The other was a Type 7 red-feathered phoenix, its innate ability fire. The moment these two Type 7 beasts entered Zhong's devil domain, they began to channel their wind blades and flames, destroying many of the evil manifestations. However, the creatures reformed and poured towards the red-feathered phoenix, and the pitiful Type 7 mutant beast barely managed to struggle for 2 seconds before it was reduced to a pile of bones. Then the Type 7 green-scaled falcon saw this. It drew back in shock, flapping its wings to beat up a hurricane of wind blades, tried to escape from the domain. At this time, there was a huge chain made out of ghastly devil energy that shot out and wrapped around the Type 7 green-scaled falcon, chaining it up tightly. The beast was flustered and panicked, as it urged its innate ability to try and slice through the chain. Dang! 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 As the wind blade clashed against the devilish chain, it caused numerous clanging sounds, but it was unable to slice through. Under the petrified gaze of the Type 7 green-scaled falcon, numerous devils and monsters then pounced towards it as they tore it apart, and it met with the same fate as its companion. Seeing how the two Type 7 mutant beasts were easily annihilated by Zhong's god-devil domain, the other mutant beasts outside began to feel a sense of fear. Suddenly, there was a loud howl that emitted from within the flock of mutant birds. The mutant birds changed their formation, no longer charging into the domain. Instead, they began to urge their innate abilities to attack the domain. Wind blades, ice shards, flames, lightning, all sorts of innate abilities were thrown at Zhong's god-devil domain. There were over 600,000 mutant birds in the skies, and with their joint attack, even a peak Type 8 powerhouse would be heavily injured. When numbers reached a certain point, it would also be devastating. The 600,000 mutant beasts threw all their attacks. If it were on Earth, it would be enough to sink an entire continent. Their innate abilities entered Zhong's domain, only to be devoured by the demonic manifestations, without harming Zhong at all. However, the combined force was enough to shake the domain a little, as though there was the inkling of damage. The Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile king roared out madly, "Let me out! Human, if you let me go, I will take my subordinates and leave. Today's matters will be forgotten. Otherwise, when my army destroys your domain, all that shall await you will be death." The life force of this Type 8 mutant beast was truly tenacious. Even after being bitten and devoured for so long, it was still not dead. Zhong eyed the Horde before sweeping the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile king a look as he laughed coldly. Wyrm-Crocodile king, today, you're definitely going to die. Even your subordinates would not be able to save you. Furthermore, they will all become my nourishment. After that, he flickered from his position and brought the entire domain to envelop the Horde in the skies. The two sides of the domain began to get agitated, one side wholly, the other dark, forming a powerful whirlpool that sucked in all the mutant birds. The moment they came in contact, they were ground away by the opposing forces and manifestations. Zhong soared around unbridled in the midst of the mutant beasts, waving his hands and channeling the blood manipulation ability, forming a long blood river of over 10 kilometers in length, exuding an evil stench. The river coiled and wrapped up the mutant birds within itself, before ringing once, and countless corpses fell out of the skies. As it absorbed such an abundance of blood essence, it continued to evolve and expand. Within the flock, there were a few mutant birds with flame-related abilities. However, their output was too weak. Although they managed to burn a few parts of the blood river, they were still swept up and sucked dry of their blood. Zhong was like a death reaper, culling the mutant birds by the droves. A huge amount of life force continued to tunnel into his body, accumulating slowly. Under his frenzied slaughter, the mutant birds were being culled at a visible rate. That is too sick. How is this human so strong? He's just a Type 7 powerhouse. How is it possible? The Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King saw its subordinates dying at Zhong's hands and finally felt a sense of fear. It was clear that if Zhong continued like this, all 600,000 of the mutant birds would be slaughtered. As Zhong soared, he did not forget to assault the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King, his right fist slamming into the head of the Type 8 mutant beast, the sounds of impact ringing loudly as though thunder was rife. Having suffered over thousands of blows from Zhong, the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King could feel its life force ebbing away, and in fear could not help but plead, "Please stop. Any more and I will die. I'm willing to submit. Don't hit me anymore. I will really die." Currently, the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King knew that if it fought on, it would only die. It had undergone numerous tribulations, climbing to its current stage after much difficulty. It had a long life, with monster strength, and had high prestige. It truly did not wish to perish. When Zhong heard this, he frowned and began to ponder, weighing the pros and cons. He was already at the peak of the Type 7 realm, barely half a step into the Type 8 realm. His god-devil body was unparalleled, his combat strength tyrannical, and it could be considered the perfect physique, even more powerful than mutant beasts. It had limitless potential. At the same time, it was truly hard to raise its strength and increase its level. As he weighed his options, if he wanted to reach the Type 8 realm, it would require the killing of a Type 9 powerhouse, or at least 20 Type 8 mutant beasts. Otherwise, it would be too difficult. Seeing Zhong's hesitation, the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King hurried to pipe in, "Don't kill me. I'm the king of the WRM division, and there are over 1.5 million subordinates under me. They're all at the Type 3 stage and above. By subjugating me, you will have gained 1.5 million subordinates. Furthermore, the resources I have accumulated in these thousands of years will be yours." Zhong pondered before making his decision. All right, this Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King is also something else. If it truly obeys me, I can use it to guard China and summon it to work together in killing other Type 8 powerhouses. Killing it might not be a huge boost to my strength anyway. Chapter 1086. Chapter 1086. Taming the Wyrm-Crocodile King. Zhong barked out once, channeling his beast taming technique, as a single rune entered the head of the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King. "Accept this imprint without resistance, otherwise I'll kill you." With the terrifying might of the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King, as long as it willed it, it could disintegrate the rune. However, in order to survive, it gritted its teeth, watching wide-eyed as the rune branded onto its soul, merging with it. At the moment the rune merged with the soul of the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King, both sides immediately felt the connection form between them. In that instant, the Wyrm-Crocodile King also felt a sense of familiarity, respect, and admiration for Zhong, whom it had hated previously, as it wagged its tail. "Master, I've already become your pet, and I will do my best to fight for you in the future." "Very good, go out and subdue the army outside." Zhong laughed out in satisfaction and retracted the devil domain from around the Wyrm-Crocodile King while sending it out of the domain. The devilish energy was extracted fully from the body of the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King as it soared in the air and took in a deep breath. The surrounding atmospheric energy within the region of a few li was sucked into its body. It then began to regenerate at an incredible speed with the help of the atmospheric energy. The small wounds quickly closed up and healed, while the huge wound, due to the heaven-piercing bow, was regenerating at a visible speed. The recovery rate of Type 8 mutant beasts was truly shocking. As long as the assault was not imbued with laws, or its head or heart had not been destroyed, it could recover quickly. Of course, grievous injuries could also weaken their strength greatly. After escaping the devil domain, the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King became lively and its combat strength reached about 70% of its optimal condition. The Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King then let out a huge roar in the beast language. "Stop all attacks!" After hearing that order, the horde of aerial mutant beasts immediately ceased casting their innate abilities. "Let's return." The Wyrm-Crocodile King also did not explain, immediately giving the order and flapping its mighty wings, leading the rest of the aerial mutant beasts towards their base. Since it was the ruler of all the flying beasts, they had to obey its commands, unless there were other Type 7 mutant beasts of other variants. Otherwise, only humans would suspect and question its orders. "They're finally gone." Seeing the dense horde of mutant beasts flying off, the humans below all heaved a sigh of relief. Zhong swept a glance at the direction where the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King flew off, before turning around and flying towards the command center himself. The female pilot who had been tied up by him was also retrieved and dragged behind him about 10 m away. When he stepped into the command center, the gazes of the people present were filled with respect, idolization, and awe. This man had killed Type 7 mutant beasts like it was nothing and chased away a Type 8 mutant beast as though it was a dog. In the history of the humans on Galistar, there had never been such a perverted existence before. They were naturally blown away. Chewie came up to Zhong, asking respectfully, "Lord, may I ask, who are you?" The rest also looked over in curiosity and awe, awaiting his reply. Zhong surveyed his surroundings as he emitted a powerful pressure, causing them to feel a shortage of breath and a huge urge to kneel. His gaze was cold as he asked, "I'm Zhong, the new city mayor of City 67. Chu-He, Luo Jida. Will your bases submit to me, or choose death?" Chu-He and Luo Jida had plenty of human survivors belonging to their bases, and it was considered a resource of sorts. Zhong would definitely not let them pass by, and if they did not know their place, he did not mind slapping them to death. With his current strength, just a finger was enough to squash the both of them. Chu-He's mind word, as he quickly made a decision, getting down on a single knee. "Chu-He is willing to serve you, Lord." Luo Jida hesitated for barely a moment, as his gaze met Zhong's, which was filled with killing intent, and felt his heart clench with fear. He quickly got down on his knees and swore fealty. "Luo Jida is willing to serve you, Lord." Zhong then waved his hands as two communication devices shot to the both of their hands. "Very good. Go and organize your men immediately. Prepare to move at any moment's notice. The devices are for you. I will contact you with orders when a moment comes." After he had settled matters with them, he waved his hands and brought the pilot in front of him. With a thought, a powerful coil of energy wrapped around the helmet of the pilot. Crack! With a loud, clear sound, the helmet of the pilot was crushed, revealing a beautiful face with a pale expression. Zhong stared at the beautiful pilot and uttered coldly, "Where is the headquarters?" She shook her head and replied, "Sir Zhong, I know your combat strength is unparalleled. However, if you want to obtain the information about the headquarters from me, it is impossible. In my brain, there is a chip implanted. As long as I am about to reveal the location to anybody, it will go off. You will not gain anything." In Galistar, the human resistance could evade annihilation for countless years was because they had many methods to prevent any information leak. After all, the brainwashing technology of the Mechs was widely known. Any captured human would become a traitor automatically, regardless whether they were willing or not. If the humans did not have any measures in place, they would have long since been tracked down and obliterated. Of course, another important reason was that the Mech Emperor did not really hold the humans in regard. Thus, he did not specifically target or suppress the humans. The Type 8 Mech Lords naturally did not bother about the humans either. If they were truly serious and expended their forces and resources to slaughter with the humans, then within a year, at least 90% of the humans on Galistar would perish. Really? That chip in your brain? I'll remove it right now. With a smirk, Zhong pointed at the beautiful pilot, and a sharp energy shot through her brain accurately and precisely, revealing a small cut. A small smart chip then shot out from the wound with some blood. With Bai Yi's help, Zhong easily sealed the self-destructibility of the chip. With a finger, he then caused a lump of nanomechanical cells to enter the wound, forming the shape of the chip as it replaced the original chip. All these happened extremely fast. In just a mere second, the beautiful pilot just felt a minor stab of pain, and Zhong had already completed the operation. After the smart chip was removed and replaced with some nanocells, it caused some minor discomfort to the female pilot, but nothing major. Zhong laughed lightly. I've already taken out the smart chip. You can talk now, right? If you don't, I can only employ some special methods to make you talk. But by then, you'd be no different from dead. The pilot stared at the chip in Zhong's hands, covered in her blood, and her eyes were filled with shock. She took a breath before replying quickly. I'm called Pova, a major of the human headquarters, and I'm a member of the elite hunting leopard assault force. I truly do not know where the headquarters is. The only thing I know is how to enter headquarters. At about 100 kilometers west from here, there is a small mountain. In it, there's a small tunnel. By boarding the prepared track, we can return to headquarters. Pova saw the chip that Zhong had retrieved and knew that Zhong was unfathomable. She was also clear that if she insisted on not saying, then Zhong would have means to force her say. In any case, she was not particularly loyal to headquarters anyway. Zhong then frowned. Not right. How did your battleship arrive then? She replied swiftly. We boarded the train out here and followed instructions from headquarters to retrieve the A-grade battleship from some armory. We were told not to board the battleship on our return. Instead, we are to board the prepared train. Furthermore, the train will ascertain our identity before going back. If there are outsiders, it will be impossible to go in. Oh, interesting. Let's go. We're heading to headquarters. Zhong chuckled lightly before turning around and shot toward the distance. At the same time, an energy chain wrapped around Pova, pulling her behind him. As they continued on their way, within moments, Zhong had already arrived at the mountain specified by Pova. About 300 m deep inside the mountain, there was a long track laid far into the distance, while a huge silver train of about 100 m in length rested on the track. Near the track, there were over 50 soldiers dressed in silver uniforms and equipped with all sorts of weapons as they patrolled and surveyed their surroundings. Chapter 1087. Entering Headquarters. Chapter 1087. Entering Headquarters. Zhong and Pova entered the tunnel, only to be surrounded by 8 soldiers. The leader, a burly man, shot them a stern glare and barked, "Show your identifications. Go to sleep." Zhong swept them a glance and muttered coldly, as a powerful will press down upon them. In that instant, the soldiers guarding the tunnel were knocked out by the pressure. Zhong then pointed at those soldiers, as runes shot out and entered their brains, turning them all into puppets. The soldier that had tried to block Zhong earlier saluted and said, "Qian Hao greets master." The rest of the soldiers also got on their feet and saluted Zhong uniformly. "Greetings, master." Pova, who had been witnessing all these from the side, turned pale as she thought back with fear. Terrifying. What a strange power. If I had not revealed the headquarters earlier, I would have been like these soldiers. Zhong spoke to Qian Hao. "I want to go to headquarters. Lead the way." Qian Hao immediately replied, "Master, follow me." Under Qian Hao's guidance, Zhong and Pova then embarked the silver train. When they entered, Pova exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? I remember that the train itself will conduct another check the moment we enter. How come there's nothing now?" Zhong chuckled and did not say much. With Bai Yi his Super A, as long as it was not a sentient being on the level of the Type 9 Mech Emperor, it was impossible for any computerized system to scan him. The inside of the train was broad and wide, equipped with numerous facilities and amenities. "Excuse me, What would you like to drink? We have glass fruit juice, heaven wine, white grape wine, red grape wine, frozen cloud fruit juice. Zhong had just sat down when a sweet female voice sounded out from the voice box beside his seat. Zhong laughed lightly. Please serve me glass fruit juice. His words had barely been spoken when a box opened up beside him, revealing a glass of blue juice. After he chose the fruit juice, the voice rang out once more. Excuse me, would you like something to eat? Here we have synthetic fried beef rice, type 4 mutant green fish sashimi. Braised type 3 mutant bear paw. It's all right. The voice sounded once more. Thank you for your time. If you need more service, just press the button on your right side, and you will summon me. I wish you a pleasant journey. Goodbye. Zhong sighed. The service here is really different. One can even get to enjoy type 3 mutant beast meat here. So extravagant. Even the upper echelons of City 67 seldom get to eat type 3 mutant beast meat. Their main courses were usually meat of the lower-level types. A mutant beast combat strength far surpassed humans, and it was easy for a type 3 mutant beast to deal with a type 4 human powerhouse. Even a type 5 human expert might have difficulties dealing with a type 3 mutant beast. There were indeed type 5 human powerhouses in City 67 that had the confidence to deal with type 3 mutant beasts. However, on planet Galistar, the type 3 mutant beasts all resided in areas where even more treacherous elements were present. Under such circumstances, the type 5 human powerhouses could not raise any waves. They would be easily eliminated. Hence, in the various underground cities, type 3 mutant beast meat was a precious luxury. They were only able to purchase some with the exchange of countless gifts and resources to the headquarters. Pova sat obediently opposite Zhong, ordering a glass fruit juice as well, sipping it quietly. Zhong ordered, "Tell me all you know about the headquarters." Pova replied, "Yes, master. Currently, the lord of the headquarters is Green Drake Emperor. He is a powerhouse at the peak of the Type 7 realm, the strongest person in all of the headquarters. At the same time, he is the most talented mech pilot, possessing a Type 8 combat mech, the Green Drake mech." Zhong frowned and interrupted, "Wait a minute. Based on the intel I obtained previously, wasn't there only 3 Type 6 experts in your base? How come there's suddenly a Type 7 powerhouse?" Pova laughed and began to explain. "Sir, the Mech Kingdom has never allowed strong human powerhouses to exist. Once it is discovered that we have Type 7 experts, they would deploy their forces to deal with us. In these thousands of years, it is not that there were no Type 7 powerhouses, but they were exterminated by the Mech Kingdom. In order to prevent further exterminations, once there's anybody who reached the Type 7 realm, they would quickly hide within the deepest corner of our City of Hope and no longer allowed to walk the surface. In truth, within these thousands of years, there are already 60 Type 6 and 3 Type 7 powerhouses. However, we have let slip that there are only 3 Type 6 powerhouses. This is to prevent attention on us." Zhong finally understood. The humans were truly too weak on planet Galistar. If the Mech Kingdom were to deploy all their forces, it would be sufficient to wipe out the resistance. In order to prevent such an outcome, those powerhouses that reached the Type 7 realm had no choice but to hide for the rest of their lives. He thought silently. As expected, control cannot fall to other species. A Type 7 powerhouse would be a tyrannical force anywhere in the universe. Yet on this Galistar, they're forced to live underground like rats. They have no way of moving on the surface, and it truly is pitiful. If the humans on Earth were defeated, the best-case scenario would be like rats, no longer seeing the light of day. Pova continued to talk about the situation in headquarters, revealing all she knew. In the City of Hope, the human population reached over 1 million. There were 3 rulers in the city, namely the Green Drake Emperor, the Red Tiger Emperor, and the Silver Fox Emperor. The strongest was the Green Drake Emperor, who possessed a Type 8 mech. This was also the only Type 8 mech in the possessions of humans. The Red Tiger Emperor and Silver Fox Emperor possessed 2 peak Type 7 mechs, equipped with some Type 8 parts. If they went all out, they were able to injure Type 8 powerhouses. Other than these 3 peak experts, the other Type 6 powerhouses made up the cabinet and possessed some form of authority. The City of Hope was different from the other human underground cities. Their technology advanced, not losing to any cities of the Mech Kingdom. At the same time, they had plenty of talented pilots and numerous powerhouses. Just the number of Type 5 experts numbered over 600. The City of Hope was constructed with the countless accumulated wealth throughout the age, just to be on par with an ordinary Mech Kingdom city. If it were a frontal clash, the Mech Kingdom could easily annihilate this City of Hope. Pova then hesitated before asking carefully, "Sir, this time, what is your motive for going to the headquarters?" Zhong laughed lightly, filled with confidence. "Of course, it is to bring it all under my control." If it were in the past, he might be helpless towards this secretive human headquarters. However, he was already at the peak of the Type 7 realm and had comprehended the God-Devil domain. He could even summon a Type 8 mutant beast to fight alongside him. His current strength was more than enough to deal with this human headquarters. There was nothing to fear. Pova's face changed and did not say anything in the end. The moment she thought of the God-Devil domain that had subdued even the Type 8 Wyrm-Crocodile King, she knew that no one in headquarters was a match for him. The train traversed for a long time, finally coming to a stop after a few hours, as the sweet voice sounded. "We have arrived at headquarters. We have arrived at headquarters. Please get off." Zhong and Pova walked out the train in big strides. Near the train station, there was a squadron of mech pilots, and when they saw Zhong and Pova, they quickly surrounded them. The leader, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man with a helmet and a ray gun, stared at Zhong warily, pointing his gun at him as he barked out, "Who are you? How come I've never seen you before?" With his lead, the rest of the soldiers also adjusted their aim, pointing at Zhong with cautious and wary expressions. There were many sentient mechs of the Mech Kingdom, and since they were electronic bodies, many sensors and scans were useless to them. Hence, within the City of Hope, many key locations were protected by human experts. Zhong swept them a look and barked out coldly, "Kneel." At that instant, a powerful will radiated out, enveloping the human troops. The soldiers felt their bodies sinking, and there was an incomparable fear that arose in them, as they quickly got on the ground, afraid. At that moment, all of their faces were filled with shock and fear. They had never come across such a terrifying person before. Just a single sentence was able to subjugate all of them, dispersing their intent to fight, leaving only fear. This was a technique that Zhong learned from the attack from the Type 99-headed Dragonhawk. Chapter 1088, Green Drake Emperor Og. Chapter 1088, Green Drake Emperor Og. "There's no point in bullying these ordinary folk. Let's go." Zhong shot those kneeling soldiers a look and stepped out, bringing Pova with him as he soared out of the train station. "Quick, raise the alarm." The leader wiped his cold sweat as he bellowed in rage and pressed the alarm. At that moment, the entire train station began blaring with an ear-piercing sound. As the alarms rang, a number of soldiers began rushing out of secret doors, converging on a location with dozens of mechs. Numerous alloy doorways also began closing, impeding Zhong's advance. His fist slammed out into the alloy door as a powerful strength burst out, destroying the alloy door. As he continued charging forward, his fists met the doors in his way, reducing them to rubble, rendering them useless. After a few breaths of time, Zhong charged out of the train station, straight into the City of Hope, and saw the technology of the human race of planet Galistar. The City of Hope was about 300 m tall, and at the ceiling of the cavern was an artificial sun illuminating the city below, giving the illusion of sunlight. On top of that, there was also various automated weapons, scanners, and mini satellites. Although this city was underground, it encompassed a large area of about 2 million square kilometers. All along the ground were many routes, forming a huge transport network, allowing a smooth traffic system in the City of Hope. Furthermore, there were also some luxurious-looking flying shuttles in the air, and these are the modes of transport for the rich in the City of Hope, their value sky high. Within the City of Hope, there were various modern-looking skyscrapers, while the streets were clean and green. Robots were in charge of maintaining cleanliness, while robot enforcers kept the streets safe. Compared to this city, City 6-7 was basically not even comparable to a village. There was simply too vast a difference between both cities. Pova pointed to a 100m tall building with numerous bold and beautiful engravings and said, "That's the residence of the Green Drake Emperor." "It's there then?" Zhong swept the building a glance and immediately made for that direction. After flying for about half an hour, Zhong arrived in front of the building. He channeled the atmospheric energy to congeal a dragon-catching claw, grabbing at the tower, while barking out in a sonorous voice, "Green Drake Emperor, get the hell out." "Huh!" The dragon-shaped force bit on the tower harshly, causing it to tremble. Even the ground seemed to crack slightly, as though Zhong's move was truly dragging it up from the earth. Who the hell is that, to actually seek trouble with the Green Drake Emperor? Heavens, the Green Drake Tower was actually attacked by someone. This guy wants to pull it out? That's too fearsome. The Green Drake Tower is actually moving. Is he still human? Freak, this fellow's definitely a freak. Seeing the Green Drake Tower about to be pulled out, all the nearby humans watched, dumbfounded, their eyes filled with shock. The tower was over 100 meters, its weight easily over 100 million tons. It was basically impossible for anybody to be able to even shift it in the slightest. Yet, with Zhong's appearance, he had smashed through that perception, causing them to doubt their own eyes. Audacious! Someone dares assault our City of Hope. You shall die. Right at this time, following an enraged roar, a squadron of 30 Type 6 mechs and one single Type 7 mech flew out from the Green Drake Tower. When they flew out, they adjusted their weapons and began firing wildly at Zhong. "Come over here." With a flicker of his body, Zhong easily dodged the incoming attacks and grabbed out, while channeling the atmospheric energy, aiming at the various mechs. Zhong's technique was profound, as he quickly grabbed onto a dozen of them within a short time, pulling them towards himself. Crash! With a thought, the cockpits of the dozen captured mechs burst open, and the pilots within were dragged out and chained by his energy. Vanquish! The pilot of the Type 7 mech was a middle-aged pilot at the Type 6 realm. At the moment his cockpit was destroyed, he quickly tore himself free from the chain. With a savage glint in his eyes, he burst forth with a green tooth blade made from the tooth of a Type 7 mutant beast. With an icy light, Zhong pointed at the forehead of the pilot. "Stubborn, you can turn into a puppet then." "Damn it, how do I dodge? How do I dodge?" Facing that simple finger, the Type 6 powerhouse felt like an entire mountain was crushing down on him. Cold sweat broke out, and he tried his best to evade, but it seemed like the finger was still focused on his forehead. A powerful strike containing Zhong's will then slammed into the head of the Type 6 powerhouse, knocking him out, as a Type 6 puppet rune entered his soul. When he had swept through the treasury of the Mech Kingdom, he had obtained a huge amount of resources, becoming more than 1,000 times richer than he previously was, and the number of Type 6 nuclei was in the millions. Galistar was larger than Earth, after all. At the same time, while the mutant beasts could not evolve as fast as those on Earth, it was still a decent environment. Every dangerous region harbored at least over 10 million mutant beasts, with a large number of Type 6 ones. Of the entire Galistar, it was likely that the number of Type 6 mutant beasts were over 10 million as well. The Mech Kingdom had ruled over Galistar for thousands of years. Every few years, they would launch an assault on the dangerous regions, gobbling up the nuclei in order to manufacture even more mech beasts and raise the new generation of experts. Over the ages, the total haul had been impressive, and if it was not for most of them being used in the manufacture of mech beasts and other weapons, the amount that Zhong had gained would have been more. Sleep. With a loud bark, a powerful will press down on the rest of the mech pilots, knocking them out. At the same time, he sent out a number of puppet runes into their heads. The Type 6 human expert stirred awake, immediately saluting Zhong. Galuo greets Master. The rest of the pilots also woke up and greeted Zhong. Greetings, Master. Go back. He waved his hands and sent the pilots back into their mechs with a simple wave of his hands. The mechs then soared into the sky, guarding Zhong. After raising such a commotion, the City of Hope would definitely not be in the dark. Within seconds, the automated weapons on the ceilings began to emerge and aimed for Zhong. Zhong swept them a cold look as he ordered, "Attack." At that moment, the automated weapons began firing, but their target had suddenly switched to the Green Drake Tower. Honk! 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 Amidst the flurry of attacks, the tower, which had been constructed out of super alloys, began to break apart as pieces shattered and fell out of the sky. I'm the Green Drake Emperor Og. Dare I ask which mech lord from the Mech Kingdom has come to attack my City of Hope? There was a loud voice, filled with arrogance and pride, as a 10M long mech that looked like a green drake emerged, equipped with C-grade weapons and defense systems. It exuded a terrifying aura of a Type 8 expert, as its eyes shone and stared fixedly at Zhong. The Mech Kingdom dominated the entire Galistar and was considered invincible. Even without the Type 9 Mech Emperor, their strength combined was still sufficient to deal with a Type 9 powerhouse. With the masses of mech beasts, even a Type 9 powerhouse would have some fear. The Mech Kingdom could easily conquer a few planets and wipe out thousands of civilizations, not just because of the Type 9 Mech Emperor, but also their seemingly unlimited army. Although the Green Drake Emperor was able to reach the Type 8 realm with the mech he was controlling, he was still filled with fear towards the Mech Kingdom. Zhong could control the automated defense of the City of Hope. Such a strength was likely that of a Type 8 mech lord. Zhong swept him a cold look and gave him a tyrannical order. I'm Zhong, a human. Today, I've come to the City of Hope, and I want you 3 emperors to submit to me. I will gather all of the humans on Galistar to face off against the Mech Kingdom. Og, submit to me, fight for me, and you will gain prestige and honor. Your name and deeds would be left in the annals of history. If you do not submit, then today will be the day you die. Since Zhong was capable of such might, he no longer needed to rely on various methods to negotiate or discuss. He could rely on his own strength to dominate and crush any resistance. Chapter 1089, Suppressing the 3 Emperors. Chapter 1089, Suppressing the 3 Emperors. Right at this moment, a bright red beam shot out from the side. A sharp claw appeared out of thin air and grabbed towards Zhong. What an arrogant fellow. You're just a mere Type 7 powerhouse, and you actually want to threaten us? Truly ignorant. Become my slave. The person behind the sudden attack was the Type 7 Red Tiger Emperor, Shaka, and he had been laying in wait. When he saw Zhong exerting his strength, he immediately threw out his attack. With this pounce, it was as though there was a ferocious might surging downwards, reaching the speed of Mach 6, appearing beside Zhong in a flash. Its claw was truly vicious, capable of even tearing a Type 8 powerhouse to pieces. Scram! Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and with a flicker, he became like a specter as he threw out a fist of his own towards the Red Tiger Emperor Shaka. There was a look of shock in the Red Tiger Emperor's eyes. He urged his thoughts as a B-grade energy shield appeared, blocking in front of him. With an earth-shaking roar, the B-grade shield immediately collapsed under that one strike. Shocked, the Red Tiger Emperor muttered, "How is this possible? He's just a mere Type 7 powerhouse. How the hell did he destroy my shield?" Zhong then appeared in front of the cockpit in the next breath, smashing out with another powerful fist. The face of Shaka fell, as another golden shield congealed in front of the cockpit, defending against the imminent strike. "Stay your hand." The Green Drake Emperor saw how Zhong had destroyed the shield of the Red Tiger Emperor in one fist, and his face fell. He piloted his Green Drake mech and shot towards Zhong in a flash of green light. Within a second, he was there, and he slashed out viciously. At the same time, a bright alloy chain burst out from the ground, coiling towards Zhong as a huge 10M, long Silver Fox was controlling it. The combined attack of the Green Drake Emperor and Silver Fox Emperor, even if it were a Type 8 powerhouse, it would be a fatal strike. Zhong did not even turn around. With a thought, his God Devil domain was activated and it enveloped the Red Tiger and Green Drake Emperors. The silver chain that had burst out from the ground was wrapped by the God domain, which was instantly torn apart by the numerous angelic beings. As for the Green Drake Emperor, who was enveloped in the Devil domain, as his claws swiped past Zhong, the Zhong disintegrated, disappearing together with the Red Tiger Emperor. In shock, the Green Drake Emperor felt his body sink, enveloped by a terrifying killing intent, and in his panic and rage, he channeled his C-grade energy shield to protect himself. Warning! Warning! With the current energy consumption, the shield will last for another 345 seconds at most. The moment the shield appeared, the devilish energy was already assaulting the shield, wearing it down. The system was also warning the Green Drake Emperor. He was full of shock. What kind of secret technique is this? How is it so powerful? With his strength, even if he had a battle for an entire day, the C3 grade shield could hold out. However, the moment he was sucked into the Devil domain, it could only withstand for 345 seconds. This showed the terrifying might of the domain. In the domain, the devils continued to swarm over, biting crazily and slamming into the shield, whittling it down. The Green Drake Emperor continued to struggle painfully within, urging the mech to slaughter the demons that came their way while its strength ebbed away, to no avail. "Damn it! Break for me!" The Green Drake Emperor was also a decisive expert. Even in the face of danger, he chose to risk it all out. The Green Drake mech opened its huge jaws as a powerful force gathered at its mouth. The next instant, a bright beam of light shot out from its mouth, right at the edge of the domain. This was a strike from the C3 gray particle cannon, and it was able to destroy all the demonic entities. After slaughtering numerous devils, the particle beam slammed into the side of the domain in a frightening blast, shaking the entire domain, as over 200 monstrous entities immediately dispersed. However, after that shudder, the domain regained its calm, and the devilish energy swarmed once more, congealing countless demons that pounced onto the Green Drake mech once again. "Damn it, Zhong!" There was a look of despair in the eyes of the Green Drake Emperor right now. The C3 gray particle cannon was his strongest weapon and could kill even a Type 8 powerhouse. And yet, within this domain, it was not even able to scratch the sides of the domain. However, the Green Drake Emperor was not a powerhouse just for show. With an enraged roar, he charged towards the skies, trying his best to break out of this insidious domain. "It's useless. Stop struggling. You shall become my puppet too." With a furious bark, Zhong appeared at the area where the shield was the weakest, his right fist punching out in countless shadows, blasting the shield with over 100 strikes at one go. Under the flurry of attacks, the C3 grade shield immediately broke apart. He then disappeared and charged right in front of the cockpit, slashing out and tearing apart the armor, before grabbing onto the neck of the Green Drake Emperor, dragging him out. "Become my puppet." Zhong then swept a look at the burly but handsome man in front of him. He emitted a cold gaze as a powerful will enveloped the Green Drake Emperor in front of him, knocking him out. At the same time, he sent a Type 7 puppet rune into his head. Right now, all Zhong wanted was to hurry back to Earth and convert the resources on hand to combat strength and bolster the human forces. He did not have so much time as to waste time with the City of Hope. From the direction the upper echelons had been doing, these three emperors were not any decent characters. Thus, he did not have any reservations turning them into his puppets. The Green Drake Emperor recovered quickly and expressed his loyalty. Og greets master. With a thought, Zhong retracted the God Devil domain back into his body. The domain was powerful, but consumed much of his energy as well. If it was not for the fact that he could manipulate the atmospheric energy around him after reaching the Type 7 realm, he would not have been able to maintain the domain for long. It was rare for any expert to comprehend domain before the Type 8 realm. One of the main reasons was that it consumed too much power. It was only because Zhong possessed the God Devil body that it allowed him to bypass that limitation and comprehended domains to skip ranks and challenge opponents stronger than him. The moment Zhong kept his domain, he stood straight with the Green Drake Emperor and the Red Tiger Emperor both standing beside him. The Green Drake Emperor Og looked downward and barked. Silver Fox Emperor, both the Red Tiger Emperor and myself have decided to serve Lord Zhong till our deaths. From now on, we will give our utmost to his cause. Hurry and kneel. What? The Green Drake Emperor submitted to Zhong? How did it become like this? Two of the emperors actually submitted to someone who had just come in. Witnessing this, the soldiers below were all shocked, and their thoughts were thrown into disarray. Both of them were the highest points of authority within the City of Hope. With their submission, 2/3 of the control had already gone over to Zhong. The soldiers were naturally anxious. Most of the piloted mechs who had flown over also stopped in confusion, not knowing what to do. Og, are you insane? How can you submit to some guy with an unknown background? From now on, I hereby announce that you are no longer part of. Before his words were finished, Zhong's eyes glinted coldly as he turned into a flash of light and shot down, landing on the ground. The impact caused the ground to split, revealing a silver fox mech hidden beneath. Amidst the shocked gaze of the piloting Silver Fox Emperor, Zhong sent a fist that smashed into the cockpit, revealing a sexy and mature female expert. His strength then surged forth, knocking her out before he sent a Type 7 puppet rune into her soul. When she awakened, she quickly greeted Zhong with respect. Leia greets master. Zhong sent out a map with a flick of his hands, saying, Good. Go gather with Og and organize everyone. The objective is this point. Kill all those who resist. Pova will be your staff officer. Chapter 1090. Base Camp Fed 4456. Chapter 1090. Base Camp Fed 4456. Kuin, the Alliance. Leia replied respectfully, yes. Pova, who was watching all these at the side, was filled with disbelief. Too strong. This guy is unbelievable. In the City of Hope, Pova was considered an elite. However, to even meet Leia was difficult. However, such an important character had been reduced to a pawn of Zhong's, their positions equal. The Green Drake Emperor, Red Tiger Emperor, and the Silver Fox Emperor were all peak experts of the City of Hope. They were defeated and then enslaved into puppets. Inside the city, there was no one else capable of standing against Zhong. There were a number of Type 6 government officials who immediately led their own troops in revolt after the three emperors declared their submission. However, the moment they tried to cause chaos, they were put down by the three emperors. In just a day, after some chaos and minor troubles, the entire City of Hope was thoroughly controlled by Zhong. Of course, there were a few underground societies and organizations that were still biding their time. However, on the whole, there was no resistance on the surface. After gaining control, Zhong sent out an order for all the human cities to gather towards the City of Hope. In a desert region, there was a huge mech base that was armed to the teeth. This was the Base Camp Fed 4456 that was in charge of defending one gate of hell. About 30 kilometers away from the camp base, atop a group of clouds, there was a floating mechanical carpet, and atop it, there were the hundreds of powerhouses from the planet star Luo. The beautiful young Star-Lord, Xing Bing Yun, was gazing at the Fed 4456 camp, her brows furrowing as she contemplated. This was the strongest military base of the Mech Kingdom, with countless mech beasts, as well as the Type 8 Merphite standing guard. Unless a Type 9 expert appeared and tear apart the defenses of this Fed 4456 camp, it was impossible to break through the tight security. Not even a joint attack of a few peak Type 8 powerhouses could do anything. In order to attack this camp, the previous winged Wyrm lord had deployed numerous mutant beasts, causing the camp to be embroiled in a tough fight before finally forced to utilize their tracks and satellites. Had the Type 8 winged Wyrm king been alone, then it might have fallen here. Other than the rescued Xing Bing Yun, the Star Luo people only had Miss Green as a Type 6 powerhouse. The rest were mostly at the Type 5 or Type 4 level. In order to break through the encampment and reach the gates of hell to Earth, it was wishful thinking. Miss Green stepped forward and asked Xing Bing Yun expectantly, "Miss, with our current strength, it is impossible to break through this camp. Let's retreat and find a space shuttle in any city to head back to Star Luo planet." The other people also turned to her, their expressions hopeful. Star Luo planet was their home, and although they were already the captives of the Mech Kingdom, they wanted to go back badly. Furthermore, the planet was not being guarded as strongly as before. There, with Bing Xing Yun's Type 8 strength, as long as the army of the Mech Kingdom was not deployed, or the Mech Emperor himself came, no one could force her to a corner. Yu Ying was stubborn. "No, Master Yu Zhong will come and meet us here, and lead us through this base, through the gates of hell, and back to Earth." Yu Xing and Yu Lian were also showing the same resolute expressions, standing beside Yu Ying. Miss Green's voice lowered, as she thought to Yu Zhong being crushed under the claws of the Type 99-headed Dragonhawk, as she muttered, "I admit, Yu Zhong is exceptional. However, at the end of the day, he's dead. No one could have survived that attack. We have already lost contact with him for over 5 days. We have his communication device, and yet he had not contacted us at all. It's proof enough that he's dead. Since that's the case, we should think for those still alive." Yu Ying's eyes were misting over, as she replied shrilly, "No, he's still alive. I believe he's still alive. Master will not die so easily." Yu Xing and Yu Lian were both also misty-eyed, as they started to sob slightly. They were stubborn, but they also knew how bad the situation was. The might of the Type 99-headed dragon was incredible, and he could easily crush a Type 8 powerhouse with a single hand. The Type 8 track lord was able to hold off the mutant beast because he had the support of the city. If there were no external assistance, the Type 99-headed Dragonhawk would be able to destroy the Type 8 track lord with not a single chance of escape. Xing Bing Yun replied indifferently, "Enough, he's not dead." Hearing the words of Xing Bing Yun, the Ewing sisters were overjoyed, although Miss Green was a little unconvinced. "Miss, if he is not dead, then why didn't he contact us?" Xing Bing Yun let out a mysterious smile and did not say much. She just looked at the Fed 4456 camp. She was defying in her natural talent, and not only did she cultivate well, she had led her forces against the Mech Kingdom for a long while. She knew the human heart well. As to why Yu Zhong had not contacted her, she was able to guess a little. Right at this time, the device on her hand radiated slightly, as Yu Zhong's holographic image appeared in midair. Yu Zhong spoke, "It's me. I'm near you guys. Later, we will begin our assault on the Fed 4456 camp. Xing Bing Yun, please make your preparations to attack track Lord Merphite together." Xing Bing Yun nodded slightly. "Okay." In order to go through the gates of hell, the only way was through the Fed 4456 camp. They had to slaughter their way through. Otherwise, it was impossible for 1,000,000 people to go through the base, unless the 1,000,000 people were all as powerful as Yu Zhong. After contacting Xing Bing Yun, Yu Zhong, who had been hiding in a corner, began his operation. He had donned on the stealth armor, covering all tracks of his presence, and sneaked towards the camp. Inside the camp, there were sentries and guards everywhere, with numerous sentry mech beasts patrolling. Sensors and surveillance cameras would sweep throughout the location. Without Bai Yi's help, even if Yu Zhong had the stealth armor, he would be unable to infiltrate the camp with tight security. However, with the combination, he could easily breeze through the areas where there were gaps in the defense. Along the way, Yu Zhong planted a number of remote-controlled bombs at various key places. Oh, what is this? The defense is truly tight. They actually activated 30 Type 7 mechs. As he reached the deepest part of the camp, he discovered that there was a huge armory of about dozens of kilometers square feet. There were actually 30 Type 7 sentient mechs, as well as over 100 Type 7 mech beasts. Seeing this, he could not help but be curious. According to the information from the captives, there were only 8 mech lords, 1 mech emperor, and 1,000-odd Type 7 mech nobles. Every Type 7 mech was a precious resource and combatant. A dozen Type 7 mechs were able to go against a Type 8 powerhouse by working together. In front of the armory, there were 30 Type 7 sentient mechs, as well as over 100 Type 7 mech beasts. The defense was really tight. It would be impossible even for a Type 8 powerhouse to get rid of them easily. If I had to face this at my initial arrival on Galistar, it would truly be a pinch to deal with these. Yu Zhong eyed the defense, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. There was a look of self-confidence as he activated his God-Devil domain in a flash, and an entirely dark and devilish region enveloped the entire armory, consuming the mechs as well as the mech beasts. The moment the Devil domain enveloped the sentient mechs, the devil manifestations began devouring the mechanical cells. Without any mercy, they pounced onto the mechs. In an instant, 2 mechs were already consumed cleanly, leaving behind only the Type 7 nuclei. At the same time, Yu Zhong conjured 28 clones, borrowing the dark energy of the domain to mask his presence. He then appeared in front of 28 mechs. His fist then blasted at the back of their heads, destroying even their smart chips. Inside the domain, the perception of the mechs was reduced drastically, and they were also attacked suddenly. That was how they were caught off guard and defeated easily. If they were able to form an array or formation, and Yu Zhong could not employ his domain in time, it would be tougher to deal with them. Within a short span of time, 30 mechs were killed instantly. Bai Yi also reached out with her disruptive signal, reaching into the 100 Type 7 mech beasts. When they were swept up in that signal, the Type 7 mech beasts came to a halt, and Bai Yi then inserted countless cables into the mech beasts, rewriting their programming and finally bringing them under her control. Chapter 1091, Comet Cannon. Chapter 1091, Comet Cannon, Kuan, the Alliance. After slaughtering this elite army in a second, Yu Zhong opened up the huge door and walked in. When he entered, Yu Zhong was taken aback by what he saw, as he took in a cold breath and felt a chill in his heart. This is a D-grade Comet Cannon. They're actually hiding such a powerful trump card here. In this huge armory, there was a 2 km long cannon, standing at a height of 300 m, and it was engraved with numerous runes. It was connected with countless cables, powered by many nuclei of Type 6 and above. The main power source was a singular Type 9 mutant beast nucleus, as well as 8 Type 8 beast nuclei. This was the strongest weapon of the Mech Kingdom, a D-grade Comet Cannon. Inside the Mech Kingdom, there was the technology of constructing a D-grade cannon. Due to its might, a single blast could kill a Type 9 powerhouse, but likewise, its expenditure and cost were too high. Furthermore, the D-grade Comet Cannon just required a Type 9 nucleus, as well as 8 Type 8 as a power source. A Type 9 mutant beast was a terrifying existence, with unparalleled strength. Even the Type 9 Mech Emperor only had the confidence to defeat, but not kill, a Type 9 mutant beast. In these 1,000 years, the number of Type 9 mutant beasts that the Type 9 Mech Emperor Zhu Yuanting had killed were only about 5. Hence, he only had 5 Type 9 nuclei. Thus, there were only 5 D-grade Comet Cannon. Zhong had not expected that there was such a powerful killing weapon in the Fed 4456 camp. He thought back to when he first entered Galistar and felt some fear. Thankfully, I was careful then and did not reveal my existence. If they had just fired this at me, I would have died. Had Zhong revealed his identity, the moment this Comet Cannon fired at him, he would definitely be vaporized. Even the current him with his God Devil domain, when struck by a single round of that Comet Cannon, he would turn into ash without any resistance. His thoughts then came to the possible reason for the weapon being here. This must be one of the trump cards of Zhu Yuan Ting. No wonder no Type 9 mutant beasts dared come here. The Mech Empire is truly placing a whole load of importance on this gate of hell. In truth, other than Earth, in any other world, the gate of hell was a highly sought-after possession. This was because on the other side of the gate, there was the possibility of further evolution. The numerous peak experts of their own worlds all sought to evolve once more, becoming masters of their own fate. All the powerhouses knew this point, that they were just trapped in a huge cage, their fates in control of the entity called God. The moment they slacked in their pursuit of strength, their own race would suffer, and they would lose their rule and dominance. In the end, they might even be swallowed up by other races, enslaved, or even annihilated. The gates of hell represented the hope of evolution. Naturally, the experts of the other worlds wanted to enter Earth and help themselves as well their own race to evolve further, standing at the peak of the universe. This was why the gates of hell were so important. Hence, it was natural of Zhu Yuan Ting to station the strongest weapon in his arsenal, the D-grade Comet Cannon, over at the Fed 4456 camp. Zhong stared at the cannon with a heated expression. This is great, this cannon is now mine. If he possessed this weapon, he had no need to fear Type 9 powerhouse. Of course, while the might of this weapon was unbelievable, there were limitations as well. Firstly, the preparation for a shot took 15 seconds. After each shot, the cooldown would be a month. This was because each shot would push the nuclei to their limits. In order for them to regenerate the energy, it would take some time. Even with this constraints, the D-grade Comet Cannon was still a terrifying weapon. If utilized properly, even in front of a Type 9 powerhouse, Zhong was able to retaliate. With a thought, everything in front of him was swept into the universal storage ring. Boom! With a resounding shake, the huge Comet Cannon was sucked into Zhong's storage ring. The moment the weapon was moved, the entire Fed 4456 was alerted to the commotion, and in an instant, the camp went into a state of emergency as countless mech beasts pounced towards the location. Zhong flew out from the armory, catching sight of the horde of mech beasts heading towards him. The mech beasts caught sight of him and immediately began firing at him in a shower of bullets. Time to act. Assessing the situation, Zhong did not bother hiding any longer and pressed down on the remote control. Honk, 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 honk. Immediately, numerous locations exploded in a loud roar as the shockwaves blasted out, turning numerous mech beasts within the camp into shattered pieces. Under that terrifying explosions, many mech beasts in the midst of their pursuit were turned to dust. At the same time, it seemed as though the blast was some sort of signal, as from the desert, a horde of mech beasts, mech armors, heavy tanks, long-range missiles, and other armored vehicles stormed forward. When these armored forces appeared, they began assaulting the Fed 4456 camp. Firepower blasted out and enveloped the entire base. On top of that, 40 A-grade battleships, 5 B-grade battleships soared above the base as they released unmanned drones that shot towards the camp, firing out at the mech beasts still standing after the explosion, tearing into their frames. Strong. Are those Zhong's forces? But he came alone, didn't he? How the hell did he come up with these troops? Miss Green and the rest of the Star Luo experts were wide-eyed with shock and disbelief at the display of firepower. While the human forces were considered weak by the Mech Kingdom, their accumulated forces were not to be underestimated. When they joined together, the combined output was much more than a Type 8 powerhouse from Star Luo. Xing Bing Yun eyed the spectacle and replied mildly, "Someone who could become an oracle is never someone incapable. The fact that he could reach this point and achieve all of this is nothing less than expected." Those who could possess the god and devil imprint on Earth had amassed their own power and conquered a major city. They were exceptional figures that had survived the cruel apocalypse and experienced countless battles, plots, betrayals, and came out of it all victorious. Zhong had evolved to the Type 7 realm, after leaving behind a mountain of corpses of his enemies, and experienced so much. To Xing Bing Yun, it was to be expected. The Star Luo universe could produce a Type 9 powerhouse because they had a human oracle that reached the Type 9 realm and established a decent foundation for his race. Otherwise, a fallen race could never produce a Type 9 expert. Who dares steal our Mech Kingdom's Comet Cannon and cause trouble in our Fed 4456 camp? You are dead meat. Once I catch you, I will tear you apart and throw you to boil in frying oil. At this time, there was an enraged voice in the skies, filled with an imposing aura, as a mech fort descended from the skies, covered with numerous cannons. Due to Zhong's frenzied assault, the Fort Lord Murphite could no longer sit back as he began to attack. At the same time, numerous mech beasts poured out from the camp, engaging the human armored forces and the unmanned drones. The numbers of the mech beasts, mechanized weapons, and sentient mechs far surpassed the human army. However, the bulk of their forces had been obliterated during Zhong's bomb. In a short time, they could not gather their forces. That was why they were being beaten back by the human forces. At this time, over 50 sentient Type 7 mechs soared out from the Fed 4456 camp, followed by a vast sea of mech beasts. The moment the sentient mechs joined the battle, they managed to stop the collapse of the Fed 4456 forces. At the same time, with their support, they were able to turn the tide of the battle, forcing the human forces back. As the sentient mechs were slaughtering to their heart's content, a green drake suddenly charged into their midst, slashing out with its huge claws, tearing apart the heads of 2 Type 7 mechs, tearing out their smart chips, and crushing them. Below them, the Silver Fox Emperor appeared, revealing C-grade particle cannon and fired out, raining numerous beams on the mechs, directly blasting 2 Type 7 sentient mechs into pieces. The Red Tiger Emperor did the same, firing a beam from his C-grade particle cannon, killing another 2 Type 7 mechs. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.